Today we will create this entire shop page instead of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And by the end of this tutorial, you will not only have built a lot of different shop pages, but you will also have a really good understanding of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. This landing page includes this cool effect where you can choose a different shoe color, as well as this left section with some information about the page. Then you also have this card button that you can click to get to the card page, as well as some navigation links that you can use or access by opening the navigation bar. As you can see, this here's the landing page. Right below the landing page, we have the featured products page where we have a couple of our featured products. Right below this page, we have this short advertisement banner. Right below, we have a couple of reasons why you should probably choose this shop. And right below again, we have a couple of our new products that we're displaying. And at the bottom, we have our footer. Now we can open the navbar and go to the man section. And right here, we are listing all of the shoes that are basically designed for men. And at the bottom, again, we have the footer. We can also go to the women's section, and the women's section is pretty much the same as the men's section. And we also have a contact form that allows us to contact the company. In addition to this, we can add items to the cart. Let's say we want to add those sneakers, for example. So we can add them by clicking on the amount or by adding an amount of sneakers to our shopping cart by pressing the add to cart button. As you can see, once we click the button, the 3 sneakers will disappear and they will be added to our cart at the top right. So I'm going to show it to you. Let me add 4 more items. I'm going to add them and they will be inside of our shopping cart. We're also going to have a local storage, which basically means if I'm going to reload the page, you can see that we still have 30 items inside of our cart, which basically means even if the user closes the page, for example, once he comes back, he still has all of his information inside of the cart, which is extremely good if you really want to build a store because this increases the user experience by a lot. Now let's go to our cart page by pressing on this card icon, and right here we can go to our checkout. We can, for example, fill in our contact information inside of this form, and we also have an overview of everything we've bought up to this point. We also see a total price right here. We are able to add a promo code, and we can click this buy button. So this is the entire front end of a shop page that you would basically see pretty similar to this in the real world. And I can definitely guarantee you, by doing this project, you will not only be able to build this shop, but you will be able to build pretty much any HTML, CSS and JavaScript page that you can imagine, because you will learn everything you need to know to really build those pages. This page is also 100% responsive, which means that our items align according to the size of the user who is using it and according to the device, obviously. So on a phone, this page would, for example, look like this. If we go to the home page, for example, this is what our home page will look like on a mobile device if you access it via an iPhone, for example. So as you can see, it looks pretty much great on a mobile phone as well, and we will implement all of this inside of this tutorial as well as the women's page. That one looks pretty good on a mobile device as well, as you can see. And the functionality obviously works as well. So as you can see, we will learn a lot in this tutorial, and I'm definitely excited to build this website together with you. So let's get started, guys. First of all, we have an HTML, a CSS and a JavaScript file. We are going to create a basic HTML template, and inside of the head, we are going to link our CSS file as well as our index.js file by using the script tag. And we say, let's take our index.js file and we want to have a defer attribute inside of this script tag. Now you might want to use some of the icons I've used over here, and if you want to use the exact same icons, you can just go to my GitHub repository. I will put a link into the description, and right here you can just download the images folder, which includes pretty much all of the images I've used for this entire page, but you also will have Facebook, email, close and so on. So all of the buttons that we're going to use for the navigation bar. Let's start by creating a div that has the ID of navbar minus closed. And now we will also create a div that has the ID of navbar minus open right below. And those are basically containers. This div will be the container for the closed version of the navbar, and this one will be the container for the open version of the navbar. And inside of the closed version of the navbar, we will have our icon. So we will say we will use an image. This image will be inside of our images folder, and it will be the menu.png icon. We're going to save the website. And as you can see, now we have this menu icon right here, which obviously looks terrible, but we are going to fix that later on. Right below this images folder, we will have another div that will have the class of socials, where we will put our socials, And right here we will have an image that is going to link to images and will be our Twitter account, for example. Now we will duplicate this image a couple of times. And now we'll say the second image is basically Facebook. The third one is Instagram, for example. And the last one is our YouTube icon. Now we'll give every single one of those images a class of social minus icon. We're going to copy this class and give this class to the other ones as well. And now we'll also give our image at the top a class that will be the class of nav minus icon, for example. So now we have to style this navbar closed as well as the icon. So we're going to go into our style sheet. First of all, we are going to use the universal selector to say that we want to have a margin of 0, a padding of 0, a box sizing of border box. And now we are going to target our navbar closed. We will say this one will have a width of 80 pixels, for example, a padding of maybe 20 pixels into every single direction. And now we obviously have to style our icons. So let's start by targeting our social icons, obviously. And we say that our social icons should have a width of 40 pixels. So this one has a width of 80 pixels. We have a padding of 20 pixels, and inside we have a width of 40 pixels. So like this should work. We will also say that our navbar close has a position of fixed, left of 0, top of 0, and a height of 100 viewport height. So it takes up the entire available space. Next up, we will style our nav icon, which will also get a width of 40 pixels as well. So now we have those icons, but now we want to have those items aligned to the top and those items aligned to the bottom. So what we can do in order to do so is we are saying this here will have a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and a justify content, because now justify content refers to the main axis, so our vertical axis, so the column, of space between. So now those items are pushed to the bottom and those ones are pushed to the top. And obviously it would make sense to put those images inside of an anchor tag, for example, like so. And we're just going to repeat the exact same process for all of the other icons as well. And obviously, if you wanted to have them linked to a real page, you are just going to put the link in here. But I don't really have any socials I want to link, so I'm just going to leave this away. Now let's also start to add a shadow right here. So we're going to say navbar closed should have a box shadow of maybe offset X of 10 pixels, Y of 0 pixels, shadow strength of maybe 15 pixels, and we're going to say RGBA of 0, 0, 0, which is black, and let's use maybe a transparency of 0.3, for example. And now we have this effect, but I think this is a little bit too strong, so we're going to use 0.1. Obviously, you can experiment with the shadow, but for me, this works for now. Next up, we obviously need to create our open version of the navbar. So what we can do in order to make or to work on this version, we are going to say that this one has a display of none, like so. So now it's gone. And we are saying that we will just show this navbar once we also have the class of active. And we are going to set this active class dynamically via JavaScript later on. So we say this one has a display of blocks. So once navbar closed has the class of active, we are going to display it. Otherwise, we are not going to display it. And we're going to do the exact same thing for our navbar open. So we'll say navbar open will have a display of none for now, and only if navbar open also has the class of active at the same time, then we will set display to block. And I'm going to show you how this works. So now if we say that navbar open, for example, has a class of active, it will display, but we don't have any content, so I'm going to put some content in. So as you can see, we now have some content. If I'm going to remove this class, the content is gone, and if I get the class back here, the content is here again. And we are going to set this class dynamically via JavaScript, so every time the user is going to click this button, we will set or remove the class of active. So now let's start to style this class, obviously, and for those icons, we can pretty much use the exact same things. So we can just go in here, put them in, and now we have those icons. Also, I want to go in here and instead of navbar close and navbar open, I also want to tag our anchor tag. So what we are going to do is we're going to take this one. We are going to say navbar close anchor and navbar minus open anchor, and we want to have a text decoration of none, because right now you see that we have this underline which is really buggy but looks terrible, and we're just going to remove this by setting text decoration to none for the anchor tags. Now, obviously, we should maybe use the exact same styles for our navbar open. So we will just go ahead and copy those ones into our navbar open right here. So now we have the exact same style. And obviously, once it is active, we are not going to set this one to display of flex. And we can also remove display of flex right here, because we are rather going to set flex right here, because we don't want it to be blocked, but we want it to be flex basically. And now we are also going to replace this icon with the next icon. So what we can do in order to do so is we're going to say this here is not the menu.png, but it is the close.png. And now we have this X icon right here. And now for the open navbar, we also want to set a different width. And we are going to say that we want to have a width of 500 pixels, for example, or let's say 400, because maybe 500, yeah, 400 is kind of right. And obviously you need to use a media query later on to make this responsive, but for now this works. And now right below this button, we maybe want to have our nav items as well. So we want to use a navigation bar, and we can say, okay, let's put this inside of a div, for example. And right below we have our nav items, and those nav items are basically going to be buttons in our case. Those buttons will redirect us to a home page. So we say home, to a man's page, for example, a woman page, as well as a contact form. So now we have those buttons right here. Obviously they are looking terrible, but we can change that by saying, let's target our nav bar and let's give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of maybe 10 pixels, like so. And now we're going to style the buttons inside of our navbar by saying, let's give our button a width of fit content, a background of transparent, a border of 0, a font size of maybe 1 rem. I'm also going to change our font family for our entire document. So I'm going to say body will have a font family of system UI. And now I'm also going to say that I'm probably going to use 1.6 rem, or let's say 1.4. And I want to have a margin top to our entire navbar of maybe 40 pixels, like so. So now we have this effect. Obviously those buttons should have a cursor of pointer, so they look clickable to the user. And let's also give them a letter minus spacing of 0.15 characters. So this looks a little bit more modern in my opinion. We can maybe increase the gap to 15 pixels, and now we have this navigation bar. And obviously you can style this according to your needs, but I think this looks kind of alright right now. I need to style our .socials right now. I don't know if I accidentally deleted it or if I never styled it, but yeah. So yeah, let's use flex direction of column, and now we have them aligned vertically again. So what we're going to do next is we need to make this button clickable, and we also need to show the user that this button is actually clickable. So what we can do in order to do so is we're going to say our nav icon has a cursor of pointer, so this looks clickable. And once the user is going to click on this icon, we also want to change the class that we've basically set here. So this class, we want to change this one from active to basically none. So the class should just be removed. And once the user clicks on this icon, the class should be added to our closed menu, if you want to say it like that. So we're just going to toggle this on and off. So we can do so by, first of all, obviously getting our navbar closed and our navbar open. So we will say index.js, we are going to get navbar closed is equal to document.getElement by ID, and we get our document, so our navbar closed right here. And now we'll also need our navbar open, which is equal to document.getElement by ID navbar minus open. So now we have the navbar open and the navbar closed inside of JavaScript, but we also need to get the buttons, so we can register the button clicks. And we will get the buttons by giving our button a different class. So we first of all have to put this image inside of a button, and we also need to put our other image inside of a button, and we can also give this button an ID. This one can, for example, be button minus open, because this one will open the menu, and the other one will be button minus close, for example. So this one will close the nav menu. And we're going to take this button, put it to the bottom, and we're going to save this. And this one will obviously be the navbar close button. So let's go into our index.js and let's say const close button is equal to document get element by ID. We take the button minus close, and const open button is equal to document.getElementById, and we are just going to take our button minus open right here, like so. Now obviously we should probably style those buttons, so we're going to go into CSS and we are actually just going to remove the background. So we will say background is transparent and the border is none. So now we have this effect, we have a clickable button, and this should actually work. So now we need to add the event listener to our buttons. So what we're going to do is we're going to say open button dot add event listener. We're going to listen to the click event, and once the user clicks on the button, so once we click on the open button, we will basically make our navbar open visible. So we say navbar open class list dot add, and we're going to add the class of active to our navbar open, and we are going to say navbar close dot class list dot remove, and we're going to remove the active class. And now we can actually just copy and paste this one right here, and now we're going to say close button, and obviously once we click on the close button, we want to remove the active class from our navbar open, and we want to add it to our navbar close, because we basically want to close our open button. And as you can see, now this one works perfectly fine. Now let's also create some sub pages so I can show you why this form or this way of creating a navigation bar is super efficient and makes your web app a lot faster than normal web apps. So let's first of all create a comment that basically tells us this is our home page. Now this here is, for example, our men's page. We're going to duplicate this comment. This here will be our women's section, and this one will be our contact section. Now we will, for example, say, okay, this here is a section that maybe has an ID of man, and inside of this section we can just have some random placeholder text. It doesn't even matter too much, as you can see, like so. Now we can take the exact same section. We're going to copy it a couple of times for women, for contact. We're going to replace the ID and say this one is contact, this one is women, for example, this one is man, and this one is home. So now we have those sections. And as you can see, we also have this terrible overflow. So what we can do in order to fix this is we're going to say navbar open has a background of white, for example, and a set minus index of 2. So it's definitely in front of our page or in front of the page items. And now we're going to do the same for navbar minus close. So we are saying, let's put this right here. And now, as you can see, our navbar is always in front of our items. So now you can see we have 4 pages right here, but we only want to toggle the page that we are currently on. So we will say home. So I want to show you that this really works. Man, women, and contact right here, for example. So now, as you can see, we also should change our active class, because by default, I think the class of active should belong to our closed navbar, because if you reload the page, you obviously want to have a closed navbar. So we are going to set class to active for our closed version. So as you can see, this works, but now we have those different pages, and we only want to show the page that suits to the selected page right now. So we can again use the class of active to handle this. First of all, we are going to give every single section a custom data attribute, and we can name this data attribute whatever we want. So we'll say data.page, because this is basically our page, and we will say that this is the home page, for example. Now we're going to copy this data page attribute and give this data.page attribute to every single one of our sections. So this is data page equal to man, data page equal to woman, and data page equal to contact, for example. So now we have this data page attribute right here. And now we also want to add a data button attribute to every single one of our nav buttons. So we can go right here and say data minus page minus button, for example. And let's just say this one is equal to home. And we are going to use the exact same values that we've used for our data page as well. So we will use home, man, women, and contact. So we say right here, this is contact, women, man, and home. And now we are going to get those buttons inside of JavaScript, every button that has the data page button attribute basically, and we will select every single one of them. So we are going to say const data page button, or we are just going to say page button, is equal to document.querySelectorAll, and we want to get every single one of the items that has this attribute. And as you can see, if I'm going to console.log this one, so the page buttons, and I'm going to show you in a console, we have this node list that has 4 buttons right here. And so right now we're going to do the exact same thing with our pages. So we will say pages is equal to data minus page. So we will select all of the pages right here with a query selector as well. So now we have the pages and we have the button, and we want to add an event listener to every single one of those pages. So we will say page button dot for each. Every time we are going over those page buttons, we will get one single button for the for each loop. So we'll say this one is a button, and once the user clicks on this button, on every single one of these buttons, we want to add an event listener that will listen to a click event. And once the user clicks on this button, we obviously want to change whether the value of this button, so I'm going to console.log this one for you, console.log btn.dataset, for example. And now let's just console.log this. We're going to click one of those buttons. And as you can see, we are getting page button of home. So we'll get this. If we're going to access button.dataset, we are getting this object that includes the page button property. So what we can do now is we can say button.dataset.page button, for example. And if we are going to click a certain page button, we are getting the value of the certain page button. So now what we can do as well is we are going, instead of this event listener, we will check whether this button dataset.page button is equal to the value of one of those pages. So what we can do next is we can go over every single one of those pages. So we can say pages dot for each. We are getting one single page, and obviously this page again has page.dataset because we use the data attribute. And obviously we can just log this one in the console. So let's just console.log page.dataset. So you will see what this looks like as well. We're going to console.log this once we click. And as you can see, we now have the page home. So page.dataset.page will log the certain pages. So now we have the button that we clicked, which is women for now, for example, and the 4 pages that we are logging. And instead of this page loop, we're basically checking if page.dataset.page is equal to button.dataset.page button. And if this is the case, then obviously the page we want to get to is the same page that we've basically clicked, or the same button we've basically clicked. So what we can do in this case is we can say that we are going to take our page and we are going to add a class to this class list, which is basically active. So we are going to add the class of active to the page that has the exact same data attribute name that our button has. So by doing so, we are linking our buttons to our pages. And if this is not the case, we obviously want to remove from our class list the class of active. Because if it wasn't the page, this page is not active anymore. So we need to remove it. And now we obviously also need to add the active class to our homepage, for example. So we'll say class is equal to maybe page and active, for example. And all of our other sections are only going to get the class of page, for example. And I'll show you why I'm going to do this in a second, because now we can actually go into our into our style.css file, and right here we can target our .page, and we can say display is none basically. But if our .page has the class of active as well, then display will be blocked. And as you can see now, we are only seeing our homepage because this is the only class that has the active class right here. But if I'm going here and going to say man, and I'm going to close this again, you can see that we are now on the man's page. And if I'm going to click women, we are now on the women's page. So now we should maybe also close the nav bar once the user clicks on this item. And what we can do in order to do so, we can again go into our index.js file. And obviously we want to use exactly what we're using when we are closing the page. And what we can do is right after this pages.forEach loop, we are just going to close our nav bar. So let's go to man, we close the bar, and we are on our man's page, women's page, contact page, home page. So as you can see, now our navigation is literally instant. So this is a super smooth and great user experience, because most HTML pages, if you think about it, they First, you click on a button, the page reloads because you need to load another page, and then the user gets to the other page. But right here, you have a page that literally works instantly and is super accessible for the user. Today we are going to create this modern shop page that lists all of the items that you have in your collection. In our case, we have this image for our shoes, we have a name for the shoes, we have a material, a weight, as well as a price, and those buttons that you can use to add or remove items. We also have this add to cart button to add items to the cart. First of all, we obviously need the data for our shoes, and since we're not using a database for this project, we will use a static file, a static JavaScript file that stores all of the data for our shoes. So in our case, you can just go to my GitHub repository. We have this items.js file, and inside of this items.js file, we have all of the items. So every single item, we have items for men, we have items for women as well. We also have popular items at the bottom, and we also have new products at the bottom. And as you can see, every single item has the exact same structure. We store all of those items inside of an array, and every single item is an object. Every single item has an ID that is used to uniquely identify that item. Every single item has a name, a material, a price, a weight, colors, description, and images. Even though we don't really need the colors for this project. But feel free to just go ahead, copy all of the data from this file, go into our project folder, create an items.js file, and inside of this item.js file, we are going to place all of our items. As you can see, we are also exporting our products, so our man items, women items, and so on, so we can use them inside of different modules if we wanted to. So in our case, one of those items, as you can see, Airflex Runner, for example, is one of the items that we're displaying on our page. And each of these individual properties basically allow you to dynamically get the name, the material, the price, and all of the other properties that you need to display this item. So we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically render the items that are inside of this array, inside of this list basically, and display them on our page. And in order to do so, we are going to create another file, and this file has the name render-items.js, and we need to integrate this file into our index.html file, obviously. So we will create another script tag, and this script will also have the reference to render-items.js. Also make sure to include this defer attribute if you add the script tag inside of the head. Now, as you can see, we want to have our items, our man items, in our case items man, and add them to the section, to our man section. So what we can do is we can also create another wrapper div, and inside of this div we are going to use an ID that has, for example, the ID man minus items. So what we are going to do is we are going to create one of those cards dynamically by using JavaScript, and then we append those cards to this container. So we will basically have all of our cards inside of this man items container. And now we're going to go into our render items.js. We're going to say const man items container is equal to document.getElement by ID, and we say we want to get man items. And now we will always take a look at this page to really see what is going on and what we need to create. So first of all, we obviously need to create a wrapper div for the entire item. So let's just do this. Let's go ahead and say we are going to grab our items from our items.js. So let's say import man items man from items.js, like so. And now we want to iterate over every single item there. So we are going to say items man.for each, and we are getting an item. And every single item, let's start by console.logging every single item right here. So let's open this and let's say we are going to inspect, and inside of the console we see that we get an object. This object has basically colors, description, ID. So if we want to get the item ID, for example, we could just say item.id, and we are logging all of the IDs of our items. So as you can see, we have 16 IDs, 16 items. We can obviously also log the name for every single item, and by doing so we can get the values of every single item and assign those values to the elements that we are going to create in the next step. So first of all, we are going to say, let's create a wrapper div, for example, and this one is equal to document.createElement, div. We're going to save this one. And now let's also say wrapper div dot class list dot add is equal to item container, for example. So we give a class to this item as well. And as you can see, this is now the div that we created as a wrapper for our entire item. Now the next step would be to basically create this image at the top and append it to this item wrapper, div, or div wrapper div in our case. So we are going to say const item image, or let's say shoe image, is equal to document.create element, and we are going to create an image tag, obviously, and we're going to save this. Now we say shoe image dot class list dot add, and we say shoe minus preview minus image, because I'm not sure whether we have shoe image already or not. So next up, what we need to get a title. So let's add or create a title for this one. So let's say const title is equal to document.create element, and we are going to create a p tag, for example. Now we are going to say title.classlist.add, and we create title for this class list, or as a class. Next up, we basically need those values right here. But as you can see, it might make sense to put those ones into a div, because we have a display of flags. So we have one at the left and one at the right. So it would make sense to get a space between material and mesh synthetic, for example. So we need a wrapper div, and inside of this wrapper div, we need to have two items that we can basically justify space between by using a flex box. Hope this makes sense. So first of all, we are going to create a material wrapper div. So we are going to say const material wrapper div is, for example, equal to document create element, and we are going to create a div. And inside of this wrapper div, or let's first of all say we give this material wrapper div a class name by saying this one, for example, has material minus container as a class name. And now we are also going to say const weight wrapper div, or let's say weight container. I think this makes a little bit more sense. So we can also say material container, and weight container is equal to document.create element, and we are going to create another div. And now let's say weight container.classlist.add weight minus container. And now inside of these containers, we obviously also need to add these texts here. So we have to create a material placeholder and a material text itself. So now let's go and say const material placeholder, for example, is equal to document.create element, and we are going to create a p tag. And now let's say material placeholder.classlist.add is equal to material minus placeholder. And now let's also create const material, which is just the text for the material, which is equal to document.create element, and we are going to create another p tag. Now we say material.classlist.add is going to be equal to material. So now we are going to do the exact same thing for our weight. So we'll say const weight placeholder is equal to document.create element. We create a p tag, and now we say weight placeholder dot class list dot add, we say weight minus placeholder, and now we also create weight text, which is basically equal to document. Obviously we need to use const right here. Const weight is equal to document create element, and we are going to create another p tag. And now let's also say weight dot class list dot add, and we're going to add weight as a class. So now this looks pretty much alright. Next up, we are going to need the price, and we also need to have those buttons. So again, we need to have a div that wraps everything, because we want to use a flexbox later on. And then at the left, we need the price, so basically a paragraph that has the price. And to the right, we need to add a button, a text, a button. And maybe we need to put those ones into a div again. So first off, let's start by creating the text for this price. So what we can say is let's first create the entire wrapper div. So what we can say is, for example, let me also do a comment right here. Whoops. Wrapper for the price section. Let's just use comments for everything, because otherwise we might lose track. So general wrapper div, and now right here generate shoe item, and right here we are going to generate title, and right here we're going to generate material, and below we will do the same for weight, or let's just put those two together because it might make sense, generate material and weight. And now we have basically a pretty good overview. So now let's create a wrapper container for this bottom section. So let's just say this is the price container, for example, equal to document, create element. We are going to create a div right here. And now we will create let's add a price container.classlist.add, maybe price minus container. And now we will also need to create a price. So we will say const price equal to document, create element again. And we will say this one is a P. Price.classlist.add is equal to price, and now we need this container to the right, so we need a button container, for example. So let's say const button container is equal to document dot create element. We are going to create another div. Instead of this div, we need a button to the left, then we need a text, and then we need a button. So we can do so by saying minus const minus button is equal to document dot create element, and we're going to say this one is a button. We're going to save this. Now we create const amount text, for example, is equal to document dot create element. This one will be a p tag, and now we're going to create const plus button, which is equal to document create element, and we say this one is a button again, of course. So now we should probably give all of those items a class, and we should then add the minus button, the amount text button, or the amount text, and the plus button to this button container. And then we need to add our price as well as our button container to this price container, because this price container is ultimately the entire wrapper for this bottom section. And I know this might get a bit confusing. I really suggest you to do this on your own and try this on your own, because then you will really be able to grasp or understand how this exactly works. Because like just watching it, obviously this gives you a general idea, but you really need to try it to really understand. So what we're now going to do basically is we are going to give every single item a class list. So we say button container.classlist.add. So we are adding a class, and maybe for this button container we can say button minus container is going to be the class. So next up we're going to say minus button.classlist.add, and we are going to say minus button, for example. Then we are going to say amount text.classlist.add, and we are going to say amount text, for example. And for the plus button we are going to add a class of plus minus btn. So now we've basically added all of the classes. Now we also need to create an add to cart button. So in order to do so, we are again going to create const cart button is equal to document create element, and we are going to say we want to create a button, and this button will again have a class, obviously. So we're going to add the class of cart minus btn. And now we have all of those elements basically, but we also need to add all of those elements. So in order to do so, obviously ultimately everything needs to go to this wrapper div, and then this wrapper div needs to go to this main items container div. So we're going to start, we created the shoe image, then we added the shoe image class, and now we can also say shoe or wrapper div dot append, and we're going to append our shoe image to this wrapper div. So to this div. Now we also have this title. We created this title, gave it a class list, and now we say wrapper div dot append, and we append this title to the wrapper div. So for those containers, it's a little bit more complex, because now we created this material container. This material container is basically everything here. So this material container wraps those two items. So what we have to do is we're going to take this material container. We created a class for this material container. Now we created a weight container, added a class to the weight container, and now we have this material placeholder, which is basically this text here, and we gave that one a class, and we created this material, which is not the placeholder but the specific text, and we have this specific text over here. So in order to do in order to add everything, we now have to say material or material container, because this is the container we want to add to, and we're going to append. And first of all, we're going to append the material placeholder, and in a second step we also need to say material container dot append, and now we need to append our material text. And now we need to do the exact same thing for our weight container. So we're going to append, and let's now say weight container dot append, and we're going to append our weight placeholder, which is the text to the left right here. And now we obviously also need to add the specific weight to this container. So we're going to do this. So now we've added our image, we've added our title to this wrapper div, but now we also need to add this material container and this weight container to our wrapper div. So we are going to say wrapper div dot append. We're going to append our weight, or no, we are going to start with our material container, and now we are going to say wrapper div dot append, and we want to add our weight container as well. And the weight container now includes both the placeholder text and the weight text. Now we're going to keep going down, and now we have this wrapper div. So now we need to append everything to this wrapper div. We need to have the price at the left, and we need to have this container at the right. So first of all, we are going to say we have this price container. This price container wraps everything. Now we have this price, and we obviously want to add this price to the left of this container. So we say price container dot append, and we are going to append our price. Now we created a second container. This is the button container, and this button container is basically our container to the right. So now we are going to create this minus button. We have a classes for this minus button. We have an amount text, and we have a plus button. So we want to add those buttons to the button container. So we say button container dot append. We want to append the minus button first. Then we want to go button container append, and we want to append our amount text second, because minus button, amount text, plus button. So the last item we want to append is our plus button. So now we have this container, but we didn't add this container to our price container yet, which ultimately wraps everything. So we need to say price container dot append, and we are going to append our button container right here. And next up, we have this price container, which is basically the section to the bottom, but we didn't add this one to the cart ultimately. So we need to say wrapper div dot append, and now we're going to append this price container like so. And now in the last step, we need to say wrapper div dot append, and we're going to append our cart button, because this button is just at the bottom right here. So I know this is like a lot to understand, it is a lot of code, but yeah, I think you will definitely get it if you put in some time. And for our next step, we need to set the values for all of those items. So this is something that we can do right before appending everything to those containers, basically, if we want to do so. Or we can just do this at the end of everything, but I think it makes sense to like put it here. So obviously we are going to create a div, we are going to generate a shoe item, but before appending the shoe item, maybe we should give this one a value. So we are going to say shoe image dot source is equal to, and obviously, as I showed you already, we have this item dot image property, and this item dot image property is basically, so one specific item is looking like this, and if we are accessing item dot image, we are getting this property right here. So now we are saying that our source of our image is basically this item dot image source, so this source right here. In the next step, we need to create the title. So we say title dot text content is equal to item dot name, for example. Now we're going to keep going. We are saying we have the weight container, we have the weight placeholder text and the material placeholder text. So let's start by taking the material placeholder, and let's say the text content is equal to, and we're going to take a static value here because we just want us to say material basically. And for material, we take a dynamic value that we're getting from our items list. So we're going to say material.text content is equal to item.material. Now for the weight placeholder, we are going to say weight placeholder dot text content is equal to weight. And for our weight, we are going to say weight dot text content is equal to item dot weight. We're going to save this. In the next step, we're going to say that we want to add the price basically. So we say price dot text content is equal to item dot price. And we're going to save this. And for the add to cart, so here we have the price section. We added the price. We have this button container that maybe we should add a minus to one of those buttons and a plus to the other button. So for now, let's say our minus button, let's say minus button dot text content is equal to minus basically, plus button dot text content is equal to plus, and let's say amount text dot class or dot text content is equal to, let's just say 0, but it doesn't really make too much sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to track this text basically dynamically. So we say every time the user clicks on this minus button, we're going to decrement the amount, and every time he clicks on the plus button, we're going to increment the amount. So we can do so by creating a new variable. For every item, we're going to create this variable individually. So we say let amount of added items, for example, be equal to 0. And every time the user clicks on one of those buttons, or the plus or the minus button, we have to change this amount. So what we can do is we're going to add an event listener to our button. So we say plus button dot add event listener. We are going to look for click events, and we're going to say once the user clicks on this button, we're basically just going to increment the amount of added items by 1. Now we're also getting to add an event listener to the minus button. So we say minus button dot add event listener. We're going to look for click events. If the user clicks on the button, we're going to check if amount of added items is greater than 0. So if you at least have one item in the cart, then you can just decrement this item. Because otherwise, if you have 0 items in the cart, it would really make sense to go to -1, for example. And now we've added this event listener, and now we can also just say amount text is equal to text content amount of added items, like so. And now let's go to our man page, and obviously, ultimately, we need to add everything to our man item container. So let's just do this. Let's say man item container dot append, and we're going to append our wrapper div to our man item container. And now we're going to man, and as you can see, we have those items, and everything seems to work, even though it's probably not arranged perfectly, if you want to say it like that, but we're definitely displaying all of the items. So now let's go ahead and turn this into a function, because I think this would be a lot better. So what we're going to do is we're going to say function, we're going to take some parameters, and we are just going to execute a code, and the function name will, for example, be render items. Now we're going to put this for each loop in there, and we're going to say that we're accepting the items and a container for this function. And now we're going to do this on items, and we're going to say that in the end, we're going to append this to a container. And now we can call this function right below, and we say that we want to obviously render the man items, so the items of the man, and we want to append everything to the man items container. And this is really useful, because now we can also say that we import the women's item later on and the women's item container, and we can do the exact same thing just by using this method basically. So let's go ahead, call this method. Let's say we want to have items of items man, and we want to append this to man items container. And as you can see, it should still work exactly the same, with the only difference that we can now go to women, for example, and let's say we're going to render items for women as well by just duplicating this. And now let's say items of women, for example, we imported them at the top, as you can see right now. And now let's also create const women items container is equal to document.get element by ID, and let's say we have women minus items as well. Obviously we need to create those items, so we're going to go to our index.html, And let's just copy this div, and now we're going to create a div that says women items, or has the idea of women items. Okay, we didn't use this women items container, so this seems to be a problem. So yeah, now we have items women, or no, women items container, like so. Now we're going to go to women, we have women's items, and we're going to man, we have man items. So the next step is definitely to style everything, because this definitely looks terrible. So in the first step, we can say that we're going to have, for this section, for example, let's say that we are going to have a class. This class can, for example, be flex. This entire container will have a width of 80%, for example. And we are going to go into our man's class. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to set this man page to active, because I obviously don't want to jump between the pages all the time when working on one page. So we're going to remove that active class from our home page right here, and we added it to our man's page. So we will by default be on this page. So we can definitely focus on styling this page. So next I also want to add wrap to this page. So we say wrap flex minus wrap is equal to wrap. Now we're going to use this class and add this class to this div, for example. So now our items are wrapping and being displayed below each other. And now let's start to style the individual items, because they really look pretty terrible. And obviously we can also use a wrapper div for this one. Again, we're going to say that this one here has a class of flex and justify of center to align everything to the center. So now our items are centered. And in the next step, we need to target all of the individual classes that we created by using JavaScript. So let's just create, or let's just add them bit by bit inside of our style sheet. So we have our material container, which is the wrapper for pretty much everything. So we just say material container. Now let's get our weight container next. The weight container, obviously we need to get the material placeholder. We are going to need to get material. And now I'm just going to do this for pretty much everything. So you can just, do the exact same. So now I've added all of those styles basically. So let's start by giving our item container a width of 80%. And let's say that the max width is 200 pixels though. Now we give our image a width of maybe 80% by doing so. And as you can see, it looks a lot different already. Now let's also say that our item container has a box shadow of maybe 4 pixels, let's say 15 pixels blur, RGBA 000.1. Now we have this effect. Let's say we want to have a border radius of 15 pixels. And obviously we also want to have all of our items aligned to the center. So what we're going to do, we also need to add justify center right here to align the items to the center. Also, this navbar takes up a lot of space, so we will adjust this later so that the box shadow is basically going to disappear. But for now, we're just going to work with this. And now let's add a padding of 40 pixels, for example. The width can, for example, be 250. And now our image is taking up 80% of the available space, which is fine. Inside of this item container, everything will be of display flex and flex direction column. We will have justify content center, and now we need to add something for the title. So maybe say font size is equal to 1 rem. This is a little bit too low, so we say 1.4. Then we have this effect, and I think 1.2 might be a little bit better. If we take a look at the original one, we probably have a font weight that is slightly bigger. So we're going to say font weight, let's try 500. This is slightly bigger already. It looks pretty good to me. Now we need to give our material container a display of flex, width of 100%, justify content of space between. So now there's space between those items. We're going to do the exact same thing for our weight container, so we can remove it right here. And now we have this material placeholder and our weight placeholder. We can basically combine those two. And let's just take a look at the original page. So our placeholders basically have this color. So we're going to inspect the color. And as you can see, we have a color of gray, or of this type of gray basically. So we will just say color is equal to, this kind of gray. We're going to take a look at the page. We now have this gray font. Let's take a look at the font size for that one as well. So this one has a font size. Let's take a look. Where can we see it? Font size of 12 pixels. So what we can maybe do is we can just go ahead and say, let's use a font size of 0.8 rem. So this is a little bit smaller. We are also going to copy that one for material, and we'll copy the same for .weight. So it looks like this. Now our price seems to be pretty big and seems to have a $sign on the original page. If you take a look at it right here, so we need this $sign, and we probably need to increase the size slightly. So we can, for example, say .price should maybe have a font size of 1.1 rem, or let's say 1.3. Whoops, I think this isn't even the page. So this is the page. So let's go ahead and use 1.1. So we're going to use 1.1 rem, but we also need to add a $sign. So what we can do in order to do so is we're going to go into our random render items.js, and for our price, where we basically add the value, we are going to say that after the text content, we are going to add, or let's say in front of the text content, we add a $sign, and we add this $sign to the front. So now we have this $sign for every single item. Let's go into our style sheet, and let's say our price container has a margin top of maybe 20 pixels, because as you can see in the original layout, we also have this margin to the top. Instead of this price container, let's open this file. We also have a display of flex, because those items are aligned horizontally. So we say price container has a display of flex, justify content of space between, and now our button container obviously also needs a display of flex and a gap of maybe 10 pixels. Now we have to adjust our button, so we say minus button has probably a width of 40 pixels, or let's say maybe that is way too much, 20 pixels, 30 pixels, height of 30 pixels, background, and let's just take a look at the original background color, but I think it's transparent, so we go with transparent. We will have a border minus radius of 50%, and now we are going to take a look at the original image, and we have a certain border style right there. So this button, as you can see, has a certain border color. So we have 2 pixels solid, and we have this color for the button. So we're going to take this line, and we're just going to copy this in for our border, so we get the exact same style. And maybe we should do the same for the color of the button, so the minus sign. We're going to use a font size of maybe 1.2 rem, so the plus button gets slightly bigger. Obviously, for the color one, we only need the hash code, and maybe we should go with 25 pixels instead of 30, or let's say 27. As you can see, you obviously also need to test a little bit from time to time, or actually all of the time, to really get the styles that you're looking for. And obviously you don't have to use the exact same styles that I'm using. Also for this button container, we should probably use align items of center, so they are aligned horizontally. And the amount text should maybe have the exact same color, and maybe a font minus weight of bold, so it looks a little bit better. Instead of this price container, we should align our items like this as well. And now we have this button at the bottom, this cart button, but I think we didn't add a text to this button, or so we have to add that text. So we're going to say cart button.text content is equal to add to cart, because I think this was the text that we had. And as you can see, now we have this add to cart button. Also, I think it can make sense to just give this one a little bit more space. So we can, for example, say that our entire items container can have a max width of, let's say, 300 pixels. Now let's also give our airflex runner, so basically our title, a margin bottom of maybe 20 pixels, or let's say how much we actually use for the original one. And here we have, probably around 20 pixels as well. So now we need to add this add to cart button. So let's take a look at the styling, and we have a linear gradient. So we're just going to copy this linear gradient so that we're getting the colors basically. So let's start cart button. We are going to say background is equal to a linear gradient. To right, feel free to copy those values if you wanted to. We have a padding top of maybe 20 pixels. We don't need any padding to the left. Let's say 15 is all right. Let's say we have a border of 0, a border radius of 15 pixels, and a color of white, a font size of 1.2 rem. Our card button gets a margin top of 20 pixels, or let's say maybe even more. Let's go with 30 or 40. And now let's also maybe say the button isn't as big as the card. So we could, for example, say that the button has a width of 80%, like so. And now we could, for example, center it by saying margin auto. So we centered this one. We need to have a cursor of pointer. So now we have this cursor effect. And as you can see, this is pretty much all we really need, I would say. Maybe we should add a cursor of pointer for those buttons as well. Now, if we're clicking on this button, we obviously also need to change the text content of this 0 right now. So what we can do in order to do so, instead of, we are obviously going to change amount of items, of added items, but what we're also going to do is we're going to take a look at our text content of the amount text. And we're going to say amount text of text content is equal to amount of added items. And we're going to do the exact same thing for our add button event listener. And now once we click, you can see that we can add items, you can increase items, or you can remove items, but you can't go below 0. So this here works as well. So now if we're going into full screen mode, you see that we actually don't have any gap at all. And this looks pretty much, pretty bad right now. So what we can do in order to do so, we obviously need to style this man items. We obviously need to give a gap to everything that is inside of man items and woman items. So we can say, let's use a gap of 4. And as you can see, now we have a gap between those items. And this looks a lot better already. And yeah, actually this is what I'm looking for, to be honest. And the last thing that we really need is probably add the same thing to our women container. So we're going to say, let's take the exact same classes, let's add them over here. And maybe we also need a title for the top. So let's go into women. This looks pretty much the same, but we obviously also need to center the items. So what we can do in order to do so is we're going to take this wrapper div and wrap our women div with this wrapper div in order to center everything. And now it's centered as well. And now let's take a look at our original page once again. And as you can see, we have this H2 right here. We have some text and we have this read more button right here. So let's go ahead and add that one as well by going to our basically page right here. And right here, we can probably also say, let's just wrap everything with another div once again. And let's say that this div has W80, for example, as a class. And right below, we have an H2 that says, for example, sneakers for men or sneakers for women, since we are in the women's section right here. So let's take a look at this. Let's go to women. We have sneakers for women right here. Also, I think it might make a little more sense to, instead of just using gap 4, we should probably use justify between. Then we're going to take the exact same container. We are going to add this container. So div.w minus 80, we're going to add this one right here. And now we have justify between. We're going to look at our page. We're going to go to man. We need to remove this W80, obviously. So now it looks like this. We obviously also need a gap of maybe 4. So now we have a certain amount of gap that we always have. And we are also going to add an H2 to the top. So let's say instead of this W80 container, we have something that says sneakers for men, for example. So now we have this H2 at the top, which obviously looks terrible. So we can say, let's add a class of maybe font minus XL. So we have this font, which looks pretty good to me. We obviously also need some margin to the top. So we can just go here to this wrapper div and say MT4, which is probably not enough. So we create a so we are going to create another margin instead of our general file. And let's probably try 100. So let's say MT of 10 should probably have a margin top of 100 pixels. And we're going to see how this one is going to look. As you can see, we now have a margin top of 100 pixels. Maybe this entire div right here, though, should also have a margin top of maybe 4. Then we're going to add right below this h2, we're going to add a paragraph that can, for example, have the exact same text that we have right here. So we're going to add the text in there. And now we also need a link that, for example, says read more. And now if we're going to the page, we need some margin here, we need some margin here. So what we can do in order to do so is we're going to say this one gets a class of empty2 and this one gets a class of empty2 as well. So we have this effect. So I'm actually going to go into the style sheet. I'll also create the classes of mb1, mb2, mb3, mb4, and I'm going to say this here is not margin top, but margin bottom. And I'm just going to replace all of those ones. And now I'm going to go and I'm also going to create the class of .black, which will just set the color to black. And now I'm also going to say inside of this style sheet that I want to have a class of mb2, for example. So now we have some padding to the bottom or margin to the bottom. And I'm also going to say for my anchor tag, I want to have a color of black, for example. So actually this one is pretty buggy. I don't know why the anchor tag does not seem to work, but .black should actually just change the foreground color, so the color of the text. So I'm going to say background is basically transparent. I don't know why I even have to set that. That doesn't really make too much sense, but yeah, it seems to be like that. Anyways, this is how the page right now looks like. Obviously, you could add some margin to the bottom as well if you wanted to. So we could, for example, go to this container, to this man container and say that we want to have mb of 4, for example. So now you would have some margin, but since I'm going to create a header later on, a footer later on, that will have some margin to the top anyways, I'm just going to remove this line for now. And as you can see, now we have this pretty nice page, if you want to say it like that. Now we can also obviously do the exact same thing for women. So I'm just going to copy the entire section, and all I have to really adjust is the ID from man items to women items. So we can do so. Let's say man items are going to be women items, sneakers for women. Maybe we need sneakers for men right here. I'm going to save everything, and now we have the women's page, we have the men's page, and as you can see, we also have different sneakers. So here are some sneakers for women, and here are some sneakers for men. And it is basically as simple as that to really create the visuals for a page that displays all of your products. So now that we have our man and our women's page, let's finish our home page. And as you can see, we have our landing page right here, but everything else is basically missing. And if we take a look at the original page, we can see that we have features product right below our landing page. Then we have the summer sale image basically. Then we have a couple of reasons why the user should use us, for example, and then we have our new products right here. So let's start by creating our featured products. And this one is actually pretty simple. We already created our render items file. So all we actually have to do is we have to use this function, insert our rendered items or our items that we want to render, and add a container where we want to render those items. So let's start by going into our index.html to the home section, and let's just add a container that looks pretty similar. And actually what we can do is we can just go ahead and we can basically copy this container right here, and right below this section basically, so right below this div, we can copy and paste our new div in. And let's just have some text right here to make sure that this works. And as you can see, if we're now going to the home page, we should have, we have this result, which is basically wrong because we need to go one step further down like so. And now if we go to our home page, we have this section basically, which obviously isn't what we're looking for, but it gets pretty close. So in order to make this work, we actually also need a wrapper div similar to the wrapper divs we have right here. And what we can do in order to do so is obviously we can copy and paste those to this, because we can use them as a wrapper div as well, because this one has the same width and the same justify content, and we create the closing tags for both of these divs like so. We're going to go to our home page, and as you can see, this here right now works, but we obviously rendered the wrong items. So first of all, obviously it would make sense to render different types of sneakers, and it would also make sense to start on the home page once we reload the page, because previously I've set our man page to active because I didn't want to reload the page all of the time. But I think right now it would make a little more sense, since we're starting the home page, to give the active class to our home page. And we also can go down to this page and we can give this one a different ID. And I think on the original page, this one was the featured products section. So we will just say featured minus items. And I'm going to copy this one right here, and I'm going to go into our render items.js, and I will say const featured items, or featured items container is equal to document.getElement by ID. We are going to get the featured items, and we also need to get the items that we basically want to render. And I also have a list for the featured products inside of our items.js file. So we're going to go into that file. We're going to scroll down, and right here, as you can see, we have the popular products, and we can import the popular products from our items.js file. And now we have the popular products and the featured items container, and we want to render the popular products inside of our featured items container. So what we can actually do is we can use the exact same function that we have over here. All we have to do is just say we want to render our popular products, and we want to render them inside of our featured items container. Now we're going to save this one, and as you can see, once we scroll down, we only have 8 products left. And those are the featured products, so the products that we want to feature inside of our section. Now, if we take a look at our original product, we also have this small paragraph as well as this H2 that says featured product. So we are going to add those ones as well. Let's go ahead and let's say H2 is featured products, for example. And right below we have a short paragraph, and this paragraph can, for example, say you might like some of those shoes as well. So we will save this page. And as you can see, now we have a flexbox which is obviously not ideal. So what we're going to do is we're going to take flexbox. We will remove this one because I think we don't really need it right here. And we can also remove these two classes right here, because the wrapper div should have 80 or take up 80% of the available space. And now we have this effect. Obviously, it will also make sense to do text minus center for our items, but I'm not entirely sure whether we've created or defined this class already. So I'm going to go into our general.css, and as you can see, we don't have anything right here. So I'm going to say .text center is equal to text align of center. So now we have this class and can say inside of our index.html we want to use text minus center, and now our text is centered. For the entire container right here, I would also like to have a margin top of, let's try 10, for example, so 100 pixels. And now we have a slight margin to the top. But actually I'm not even sure if this is like working, or even if it is working, this is like not really ideal, I would say. So what we can do in order to fix this is we can say that this div here should get a min height of 100%. So we are going to create a new class that says .age minus 100, and we will say that this class has a min height of 100 viewport height. So this div should take up at least 100% of the entire viewport, and if it needs more space, it can take more space, but it should at least have 100% of the height, so that we don't see those things on the front page, because I don't really like that too much, to be honest. So I'm going to take this H100 class, we are going to go to this div, and we need to assign this class to this div, like so. Whoops, H minus 100. We're going to save the page, and now we have the result, which looks a little bit better. And now we have our featured products right here, and I think this looks pretty good already. Maybe we should use a bigger font and a different text color. So let's go and start by giving our H2 a class of maybe font minus XL, for example. And I hope this one is enough. And as you can see, this looks pretty good in my opinion. And we should maybe also just use the font that we've used for the original page. So we are going to go to inspect. As you can see, we have this P tag right here, and we're going to grab the color from this P tag over here, and we are going to define a color of .gray, for example, inside of our general.css, because we might reuse this color later on for our other paragraphs. So now we are going to go into our index file, and we say this P tag has a class of gray, And we're going to save this, and now we have the result right here. Next up, we want to create the next section right below. And the next section, as you can see on the original page, is our summer sale section. So we need an image. We need to have the summer sale heading right here. We need to have a paragraph, and we need to have a little badge. This is not a button, this is a badge. So you can basically just see something, but you can't really click it. Because obviously if you wanted to add a button, feel free to add a button. But in our case, I think it makes a little more sense like this. So let's go ahead and let's create the next section. We also have a slight margin to the section, so we can do that next. Instead of our home page, we're going to create, let's also write a comment and say this one here is probably popular product. So we just have an overview, and now we're going to create a new comment, and we will just say this here is our advertisement, for example. We're now going to say we have a div right here, and inside of this div, we're going to use a background URL. So I'm going to give this one a class of maybe advertisement. I'm going to take this class right here. I'm going to go into our style.css. I'm going to target the class, and I will say this one has a height of maybe, let's say 400 pixels. I'm going to use a background, and I'll use an URL for the background. And inside of this URL, I'm going to target our images folder. And I'm maybe going to say that this one is the sale.png. And I hope this one is actually the right file, but as you can see it is. And the height might be kind of right. Maybe I'm actually even going to use 450 pixels right here. And now we obviously also need some content inside of here. So some tags, for example. And I think this does not really need to be an H2, because I wouldn't really say that this text is so important that it is part of a heading. So we're just going to use a p tag for our summer sale. Now we will also say that instead of the next p tag, we are going to use prepare to not miss out on 70% off, like so. And the last p tag is basically a badge that just shows or displays the date of the summer sale, basically. But obviously you can put in whatever you want right there, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to use a class of font minus XXL, but I think this might actually not even be enough. And yeah, I think this is a little bit too small. So for advertisement, we can also use flex, justify center, align minus center. I don't know if I already defined align minus center, but maybe I did not. And flex column, obviously. Column. But I'm pretty sure that I've already defined flex column, didn't I? I'm going to go into our general.css and let's take a look. Actually, we did not define flex minus column. Okay, that's actually crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say dot flex minus column is equal to flex direction of column. And I'm going to say dot items minus center is equal to align items of center. So now we have flex column and items minus center instead of our general.css. And as you can see, this seems to work. Also, we should probably say that for this one, we have W minus 100, for example. But items should be center, and then I think I don't even need W minus 100. And like this, it basically works. But this text is like not really big enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, actually, instead of our general.css, I'm just going to create font minus XXL in case I ever need it. And actually, I need it right now, so I'm actually going to need it. So I say font XXXL. We are going to create 8 rem, for example. And those are actually a lot of X's, to be honest. So we will say font XXXL is probably a little bit too much, but we can change that in a second. So we're also going to say dot bold. And for font XXL, I'd say probably 6 rem. Now this one looks a little bit better. I think our prepare to not miss out is also a little bit bigger, so I can just test different font sizes there. I can say this one has a class of font minus LG, for example. And now we have this effect, and maybe I'm also going to add thin, so this looks a little bit thinner. And I think this looks pretty much alright, but maybe I'm actually even going to use font minus XL for this one right here. And maybe for the other one. So for font XXXL, I'm actually going to try 7 rems. So there's a bigger difference, and I think this looks pretty much alright. Now obviously we also need to start to style our badge, so we can go ahead and give or create a .badge class that maybe has a padding of 15 pixels and a border minus radius of 30 pixels, because as you can see our border is completely round right here. Now I'm going to inspect this and try to get the color once again. So we have a background of this blue. So we're going to copy this blue and we say background is equal to this hash code basically. And now obviously also you have to use this class. So I'm going to say badge minus blue. And I'm also going to create the badge minus blue class because I want to separate our skin from our body. And this one is obviously skin because it defines how it looks. And the other stuff is color. So I'm also going to say padding top bottom is maybe 20 pixels, left right is maybe 30 pixels, like so. Now we have this effect. Now I'm also going to use a different font color. So I'm going to say color is equal to maybe white, and the font size is maybe equal to 1 rem. And 1 rem is not enough, so I'm going to try 1.3 for example with this effect. I'm also going to use maybe 50 pixels for the border radius. Now we have this round border, and I think this one here is slightly a little bit too big, just maybe a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say font LG, but I think font LG was a little bit too small. But obviously, yeah, you can adjust this according to your needs. Doesn't really matter too much. Now we have this margin here, which is probably enough. And now we have this margin right here to the bottom as well. And I also think we have a different font weight for this one. So I think this one is normal, and this one has a margin top of maybe 20 pixels. So we're going to add this right here as well. Or let's say we only have a margin top of 10 pixels. And now this one should be pretty much done, I think. We also have to give the entire container a margin top of maybe 40 pixels, I think. Or I think those are probably more like 80 pixels. I don't know if we have mt.mt minus 8 already. So we're going to create mt minus 8. And we will say this one has a margin top of 80 pixels. We're going to save the document, and now we have this margin to the top. Yeah, and I think this one is pretty nice. Maybe we can replace mt10 to mt8 right here as well, so we have the same margin top for every single section. And now we can start to create the next section actually, which is this why choose us section, where we have those different icons right here. So obviously for this one we need to create a small card, and we can actually do so by going into our index.html. Right below this advertisement section we can create our card section by doing so, and right here we say obviously we have again a container. This container can have probably the same classes that we have over here, and we're going to close our div right here. And now we, instead of this div, we're going to create another div that has the class of maybe card, for example. We're going to save this. Instead of this card we have an image at the top, so we say images / info1.png. And right below this image tag, we have this container basically that has a paragraph inside. So this could basically just be a paragraph that, for example, says free minus info, like so. And now if we take a look at our page and scroll down a little bit, we get to this section. As you can see, this icon is like way too big. Also, we should probably remove this advertisement class because we don't want to have this background. And now we have this effect. So we have this card, which right now looks absolutely terrible. So we can also inspect our original page and see that for the image, we have a width of 80%. So the image takes up 80% of the card space, and the card takes up 210% or 210 pixels basically. So we can go ahead, say .card, we go into our style.css. Our .card has a width or a max width of 210 pixels, for example. So now our image, I don't know if we have a class for image yet, but I think we don't. So I'm going to say info minus image. I'm going to take this class, and instead of our style.css, we say that our info image takes up a width of 80% of the available space. This one here has a border, but again, I don't really know the color of the border. So I'm again going to go into our file and I just copy the border. That should be somewhere right here. So I'm going to copy this one. Card should have a border. Where's the border property actually? Right here, 1 pixel solid, and we have RGBA 0000.2. So we will just use the exact same border of 1 pixel solid RGBA, and now we have this border. I think we also have some padding, or let's just use display flex, justify content center, and align items of center. So our content is basically centered. Also, we want to use flex direction of column like so, and now we have this effect. And I also would like to have a padding of 20 pixels, to be honest, like so. And we're going to say that we want to have a gap between our items of maybe again 20 pixels. So we have a gap between our image and our text basically. Now, as you can see, for our paragraph right here, we have a couple of different things. So we have a background color, we also have a color for this button, and we have some margin to the top and to the bottom. So I have all of those colors inside of the GitHub repository, because obviously this takes a lot of experimenting to find the perfect or the best looking colors, if you want to say so, or some good looking colors at least. So we're going to go into our style.css file, and right there I should have different colors defined for all of these elements basically. So obviously you can just take whatever colors you like, and you can also just experiment a little bit. But if you don't want to use or don't want to spend all your time on experimenting and testing different colors, you can just go to this file. And I think actually we should probably just take a look at this class, and we have badge rose. So maybe we need to rename our badge class later on. So we're going to go right here. We're going to go in there. We are going to search for our badge. Maybe our badge was inside of our general.css. So yeah, our badge class is inside of our general.css. So we're going to copy all of those classes. We're going to paste them inside of our maybe general.css style shield. And what I also have to do is I'm either going to rename all of those classes, or I'm just going to rename the badge that we've created previously. So what I will basically say is this here's button minus advertisement, or badge minus advertisement, and badge minus advertisement minus blue. So I'm going to copy those ones, and for our advertisement I'm going to replace badge blue with badge minus advertisement minus blue, and this one is just badge minus advertisement, and the effect should still be the same. And now for this one we have our badge classes, so we can use badge rose, for example, as a combination. Badge, again, this one defines the body, so we give it some padding, a font weight, a font size, to basically define different styles that should be equal for pretty much every badge. And right here we define the different skins. So we have a badge for rose, we have a badge color for rose, we have green, we have blue, we have dark blue, and so on. So we can just choose the different colors for the different badges. So right here we can, for example, say we want a class of badge minus rose, for example, and now we have this effect right here. And now let's just imagine we are going to go into our index.html. We are going to take this card, and now let's just duplicate our card maybe 5 times. Now we're going to go into our document, and we have this effect right here. Maybe we want to have a display of flex for all of these cards, and a flex column should basically be removed so they are next to each other. We can also add a gap of maybe 2, for example. Now we have a slight gap between the items, and now we maybe want to remove all of the, or change all of the images. So we are going to use info 2, info 3, info 4, info 5, and we have info 6 for the last one. Now we should have different images. Now we also want to adjust the colors. So we are going to use rose, green. I think the third one was blue. So we're going to say green, blue, maybe dark blue for the next one, And then I'm not sure what we had afterwards. We had pink and orange. So we're going to say this one is pink and this one here is orange, like so. We're going to save this, and now we have those different cards. We can obviously also change the text. So we have free shipping. Oh, okay. I had free shipping for everything as well. So we can just say, yeah, different things. So this here's maybe, I don't know, mobile, for example. Then our second one is, I don't know, it doesn't even make sense. You can put in whatever you want. Fast delivery, mobile, friendly. And as you can see, now we have those badges, and once we are getting a little bit closer, a badge should actually essentially just wrap into the next line, but this is not happening right now. So actually we should probably change that by creating a class. Do we have the wrap class already? And I think we have. So all we have to do is we can just go in here and say we're going to add the wrap class to this div. And as you can see now, if the space gets a little less, the items should basically wrap into the next line, and they actually do. So let's also add an h2 to the top of the section, and we can essentially just copy the h2 that we've used for our previous section. And let's say this one here says, for example, why choose us, question mark. And now we have this effect. Maybe we need to put everything on top of this one here though, and we also have to create maybe another wrapper div for everything. And inside of this wrapper div, what we're basically going to say is we will say that also our card div should just take up 80% of the available space. And now we need to center this one, and in order to do so, we can just say, okay, this one has a class of flex minus column, and now items minus center to align everything along the secondary axis, because this is probably this one right now. Now we're also going to say margin top belongs to this wrapper div. So we have a margin basically on top of everything. And we are also going to add a margin top to our div form that wraps all of the cards. So we have a little bit of spacing between our heading and our cards. And I'm not sure how much spacing we had over there, so I'm just going to take a look. Maybe it was a little bit more, so maybe we're going to use mt-4, and like this I think it looks a little bit better already. Next up, we're going to create this new product section, and this one is like super simple right now because we just have to copy our old section, our old product section where we created the popular product, because actually it's pretty much the exact same thing. The only difference is that we are now going to say those are our new products essentially. So we have those new products. We can copy this one. We can say those are the new products. We have this different text for the paragraph. And we obviously also need to say this ID here is new items, for example. But that's actually about it. And this should already display some products. Obviously the same products that we already have for our featured products. But okay, it's not displaying a product obviously because we just changed the new items ID. So we are going to go into our render items class or index file, and we're going to say, okay, const new items container is equal to document.getElement by ID, and we're going to get the new items. And we are also going to get the new items or the new products outside of our items.js, and we're going to import them from our items.js. And now we can use the exact same function right again. We can just say, okay, those are our new products, and we're going to paste them or render them inside of our new items container, like so. We're going to save the document, whoops. And now we have the new products right here, as you can see. And I think this looks pretty much all right already. I'm not sure about the spacing because I think we have a lot more right here. So I'm going to take a look at this H2, which has a margin top of 20, margin bottom, but this doesn't probably change anything. But for this one, but as you can see, this looks like a lot more. So we're going to go into our general style sheet and we say that we want to create a margin top of 16, which is equal to 160 pixels of margin to the top. And I'm actually also going to take a look at the other pages. So for maybe we use 160 pixels here for every single page. So maybe I'm also going to do this here because I feel like 8 or 80 pixels is just not enough, to be honest, because it doesn't like really look too good. So I'm going to say this one is 16 as well. And maybe our home page will also have 16 pixels, or I think for the homepage it might not be that important, but for every other section it might look a little bit better if we have some more spacing. Yeah, I think this is kind of right, because for the homepage we have enough space right here by going with 8, but for all of the other sections I feel like 16 looks a little bit better and cleaner. So now I think we are pretty much done. We have all of the sections right here. So next up we can start to create another page, and I feel like we're going to create the contact page next. For this one we have this left container and this right container. So we are basically going to put everything inside of a flex box and then create those two separate containers. We're right here inside of our contact section, and as you can see right now we essentially only have this text right here. So we have to change this right now. And I'm also going to set the active class right here and delete it right here. So this will be our main page, but this doesn't really matter too much. So first of all, we're going to say that we have two separate divs in here, and one of them is basically the left side and the other one is the right side. And let's basically start with the left side that just includes some text, for example. As you can see, we have this contact us heading. So we're going to say, okay, we are going to have an h2 inside of a div, and this h2 just says contact, for example. Right below we have a paragraph, and we can just copy this paragraph right here. And now inside of some other divs we might have an image to the left, and we're going to say this image is inside of our images folder. And for the first one I think we've used the location icon, so we're just going to say location.png, as you can see. And now we have this giant location item, which obviously looks terrible, so we'll give this one a class. And maybe the class will be contact-icon. So we're going to say inside of our style sheet that we want to target our .contact-icon class. We will say this one has a width of maybe, let's say 20 pixels, for example. So as you can see now it's a lot smaller. It might also make sense to give everything here a certain width of, again, 80%, for example. So what we can do is we are going to create a wrapper div once again. We say that this div has a class of w-80, so everything just takes up 80% of the available space. And I'm also going to create another wrapper div, and this wrapper div has the class flex and justify center to center everything in the center, basically. So this is what it looks like. Also, I want to use w-100, h-100, so we have a minimum height of 100% of the viewport height. So now this container takes up all of the available space. And inside of this container, I also want to align items center, so everything is basically in the center, like so. And this is what our contact form right now looks like. And as you can see, it looks pretty terrible, to be honest. So what we can do next is we are going to say that we are going to use a class of font XL. Or let's actually use the same class. I think the class that we've used for all of the other things is basically, font XL. So we're going to use font XL for this one as well. So let's say font -XL right here. For this paragraph, we're going to use an MT of, I think we've actually used pretty much margin on the other page. Might be, probably 3 to 4. So let's try 3. So now we have a slight margin to the top. And now we have those icons right here. And right there, let's just add a random street, for example. So we're going to say right next to this image, we have this paragraph that says whatever street, for example. And then we are going to say this one has a class of flex to display them next to each other. And maybe a gap of 10 pixels should probably be enough. And we are going to wrap all of those icons inside of another wrapper container. And we're going to say that this wrapper container again has an MT of, let's say 1, for example, because I think we didn't have too much spacing in the original one. So yeah, this is kind of right. And now for those ones, we're going to copy them in right here. Next, or after location, we are going to have the phone, I think. So we're going to search for the phone icon, phone call.png. We're going to save this one, and the last one is probably our email. So we're going to add email I don't know if this was the name, but yeah, it was the name. And now we'll give every single container a margin, or let's give the second container a margin of 10, for example, and the third one a margin of 10 as well. And I think we can also get rid of this one and just say this one takes a margin of 10 as well. And then I can also remove this div, which was probably unnecessary. And I'm going to save the document, and we have this effect. Maybe we should just copy the values that we had over here as well, because then it might look a little bit better as well. So we're going to replace this one, and we are also going to replace this one right here. So now we have this effect, and I think this looks kind of right already, but obviously we also need to start creating our form right now. And in order to do so, we need to start styling our right side, and we can go ahead and say, okay, this here is our right side. We're going to create a wrapper div, and inside of this wrapper div we have some input elements, and the first one has the type of text, and I think the name was actually name, the ID was name, and the placeholder was probably also name. I have to take a look, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. Then we had email, then we had phone, and then we had message. So now we can also give this one a class of maybe text minus input, or let's use contact minus input. And now we are just going to take this input field, we are going to duplicate it twice. The second input has the type of email, and the third one can have the type of text again. Name for the second one is probably email, and we're just going to copy this one for ID. Placeholder is email, and class can be the same. And the last one has the name of phone minus number, for example. ID of phone number, placeholder of phone, for example, and class is alright. Now we also need to add an text area, which can probably have the name message, the ID can be message as well, and the placeholder can be message, for example. And we'll also use a class, which can be, for example, contact minus text area. And now we have to style our contact input and our contact text area. And obviously we could create general styles for this one, but yeah, I think this one is alright if we create our style shield right now. And we are going to say that we want to have a width of maybe 100%, border minus radius of, let's use 5 pixels, border of 1 pixel solid, and let's again use RGBA of 0000.2, for example. We're going to take a look at this. Maybe we also need some padding, top bottom 15 pixels. Let's test 15 pixels in every direction. It's probably a little bit too much, but I think it's kind of alright, to be honest. So what we're going to do next, yeah, we probably have a stronger border and not that much padding. So let's use 10 pixels top bottom and border radius of maybe 10 pixels. Now we have this effect, looks a little bit better already. We are going to do pretty much the exact same thing for contact minus text area. And we're just going to copy all of those effects in here. But we're going to say that we have a height of probably 300 pixels. So now we have this effect, but it didn't really affect text area. Yeah, now it should affect it. And now we need to push the contact form to the right, and the text should be aligned to the left. So what we can do in order to do so is we're going to say our wrapper div should have a display of flex. So we're going to say flex right here. Now we can also add a gap minus 4, for example, like so. And as you can see, I think for this one I have a width of maybe only 60, because yeah, I think it looks a little bit better if the contact form is slightly smaller. So maybe right here I'm going to say W minus 60 has a max width of 60%, for example. So now we have this effect, and I think it looks a little bit better. Or let's maybe even try 50, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I think 60 might be a little bit better. So we're going to use 60%. We also have the gap right here, but now we also need a gap between our inputs fields as much as I see. So we're going to go inside of our file, and let's say that for our right side, we also have a class of flex minus column, and a gap of maybe 20 pixels between those fields. I don't know if we created W minus 100 already, but maybe we should do this by saying W minus 100, is equal to a width of 100%. We're going to say this one has a width of 100%, for example, and we're going to save this. And as you can see, now we have this effect, which is a lot cleaner actually already, in my opinion. We also can use a different margin top, and we can have capital letters for contact us. So we're going to say right here we have a margin top of 4, and right here we have contact us written in capital letters. So now we have this effect, which is pretty much the same effect that we have right here, but we are also going to need a button aligned to the bottom right. And in order to do so, we are going to create a button right here. The button actually says send. And also it would make sense to put everything right here, or to replace this div with a form, for example. But since this is just a front end, it doesn't matter too much, but usually you should obviously use a form if you want to submit something. And then you can also say that the type is basically submit because you want to send the form. And then again, you're going to use a class of button and button minus orange, for example. And I think this should be the style. But maybe I'm also going to use flex minus end. I'm not sure if I've created this class already, but I'm definitely going to say .flex column. Right below, I'm maybe going to create .flex end. I'm going to say justify content flex end. And now if I'm going to use flex end for the button, it doesn't really change anything because I need to create a wrapper div for this button. So I'm going to say div. Instead of this one, I'm going to have a class of flex and flex minus end. So this one should now work, and it actually does. Also, I think I had a slightly different style for the button. So I'm going to use button minus square, and obviously I have to create this button. So I'm going to go into our general.css. I'm going to go to the .button class. I'm going to create .button minus square. I copy pretty much everything and I paste it in, and now I'm going to say for the padding on the y-axis I'm going to use 60 pixels, border radius is just going to be 10 pixels, and once we save we have this result basically, which is pretty close to the original one. Probably I just had 5 pixels of border radius right here, but you can adjust this according to your needs if you wanted to. And now we have this button to the right. So our contact form is pretty much done, if you want to say so. So next up, if you take a look, we have a home page, we have this man page, we have this women page, and we also have this contact page. So our pages seem to work, but one thing is basically missing that is really important, besides the footer obviously, and this is this cart button that allows you to basically get everything inside of your cart and displays everything right here, and also shows you the amount of items that you've just bought right now. So right now we have 16 items inside of our cart. As you can see on the original page, if I'm going to add some more items to the cart, this number here updates. We can click on this button and we are going to the carts page and can see how many sneakers or items we have inside of our cart. We can also add our contact information. We have a promo code that we could potentially add, as well as some of everything we've bought and a buy button. So this is what we have to create next. And we're going to start by creating this button at the top. And in order to do so, we are going to go to our HTML file. We're going to go to the top, and we can actually create this one on top of our body. So we can, for example, say this one here is a div that has maybe an ID of cart minus btn. And instead of this button, we will use an image, and this image will link our images and our... Let's see what the name of this one was. I think it was probably... Okay, I have a lot of shoes right here. Shopping bag might be the one that we have to use. And right below, I'm also going to maybe create a p tag, for example. Or maybe I'm going to... let's use a p tag, and let's just say this one is 0 for now. Right now, we are going to give this one a class that is probably the class shopping minus cart minus icon. So I'm going to say, okay, this here's the cart button and this is shopping cart icon. And obviously we should probably use a button for this cart button. So we are going to target our cart button inside of the style sheet, and we're also going to target our shopping cart icon inside of our style sheet. We're going to save everything, and now we should have this giant button, which looks terrible. So we're going to say this here has a background of transparent. the shopping cart has a width of maybe 40 pixels. I don't know if this is probably even a little bit too much. We're going to use a display or a position, my bad, of fixed for this one. We are going to say this one has top of 20 pixels, right of 20 pixels as well. So our shopping cart should be to the top, aligned to the top right. And maybe also a set minus index of 2. Or let's say 4. And now I was literally like searching 10 minutes for the mistake, but it was literally just that, yeah, we obviously used an ID for this cart button, and I tried to target a class all the time. So yeah, like this it should work. I'm not entirely sure whether we actually probably won't even need the set index, but it makes sense since, yeah, the cart button should probably always be visible. Now we can also add our background of transparent to this button right here. And now we should have the button that still needs a border of 0 and a cursor of probably pointer so that it looks slightly clickable. And now we have this effect basically. So we should probably also create this badge that has a number inside, and yeah, it looks kind of right. So we can actually go to the badge and inspect our original page and just see how this badge basically looks. So we have this div that has the amount badge class, and this amount badge class has a width and a height of 20 pixels, background black, color white, display flex, justify items, justify content center, align item center, border radius of 50%. So we can do that if we wanted to. So we're going to go and say that our p tag should maybe have the class of amount minus badge. So we're going to create this badge. We're going to say inside of our styles.css, we are going to have a width of 20 pixels, a height of 20 pixels, a background of black, a color of white, border minus radius of 50%, and now it should already look pretty alright, I'd say, as you can see. Obviously, maybe also going to use display flex, justify content center, align items center. So now our text is centered, and I think the font size is probably slightly too big, so we're going to use 0.7 rem just to test it. As you can see, it's a little bit smaller, but maybe it should actually even be smaller. We probably have to test with, like, I think some users might get up to 100 items. More is probably weird. Let's just assume no user will buy more than 99 items. I mean, for 100 it looks kind of right. It's still not perfect, but yeah. So now we want to align this one to the left bottom, basically, of this badge container. So what we can do is we can say position. Let's use absolute. And let's use maybe bottom 20 pixels, negative -3. And I think this looks kind of alright to me already. So yeah, this is a result that we can definitely use. Let's say we just have 99 items right now instead of 990. So we're going to save this. And now we have this badge effect right here. And I also need to resize the window so you can see something. I really hope you saw it, but yeah. So yeah, this is basically our clickable button right now. So once we click to this button, we want to be redirected to a new page, which is our checkout page. So we already implemented basically all of the logic to really navigate through the pages. So all we have to do is just add another section. This other section needs another data page as well as a data button. And if we just say, okay, page, data page button is equal to checkout, for example, for this button, which we can obviously do, checkout, for example, like so. And now we're going to create a corresponding data page by saying that we are going to create a section that, for example, has, let's just go to the bottom, and right below the section, we are going to say this here is checkout. And for the checkout page, we're just going to create a section that has an ID of checkout and a data page that is equal to checkout. And now our button should literally redirect the user to the checkout page if everything just worked, but it didn't work. Okay, we did actually use data page button for the wrong button, to be honest. So we're going to delete this one. This should not be the button, but rather we are going to use it for this button. So now it should work. So let's click on this item, and as you can see, we are redirecting to our checkout page. And in order to show you that this really works, we are just going to put in some random text right here so you can see something. And now we have this text on our checkout page. So as you can see, if you just want to add a new page, it's really simple, because you can just say you create a new section, you give this section the data page attribute of whatever page name you want to use, and then you can create a corresponding button that has a data page button attribute that is basically the exact same attribute or the exact same value. And by doing so, you actually added this button and this page to the navigation. So obviously now we need to start to style our page. So what we can do in order to do so, as you can see, we have this contact form to the left and we have the items overview to the right. So first of all, we obviously also need to get all of the items that are in our cart currently, and we will also use local storage to persist those items that are inside of our cart basically. So as you can see, if I'm now going to go to the women's section, I'm going to add some more items. Now we have 23 items inside of our cart, and if I'm going to reload the page, we again have 23 items because those items are persisted inside of our storage. And if I'm now going to go to our page, our checkout page, you can see that I have all of the items inside of the cart, even though I reloaded the page. And if we would not use local storage, we would lose all of the information. So imagine you are a user, you are browsing the page, you want to buy something, and then you, for example, quit your browser whatsoever. And the next time you go to the page, you maybe want to buy the exact same items. Then it would make sense if you have stored basically the session of the user, or at least the items that the user had inside of his shopping cart, to then allow him to just go to the checkout and proceed with the payment or the whole buying process a little bit faster. So from the perspective basically of a company, this is like extremely important because you lose a lot of revenue if you're not going to have a local storage implemented. So we're going to do this as well. But first of all, let's start by just getting every item that has been added to the cart. And in order to do so, we are going to create a new JavaScript file that has the name cart.js. Right here, I'm also going to show you how this should look. So we're basically going to create a cart that is equal to an empty array, and every time we have an item, so once we have an item, we are basically taking this item from the items.js file, and we're going to say push this item. So basically take this item that the user has clicked and push it to this cart basically. And now if you have like 10 items, for example, or added 10 different items, maybe one is an ID of 22, one is an ID of 30, whatsoever. And if the user basically adds his items, we're going to push all of those items to this array. So this array keeps track of all of the items that we have inside of our shopping cart. Obviously, it would also make sense to basically take track or keep track of the amount of sneakers that the users added. So it might make sense to add another attribute that probably includes the amount of sneakers you've bought right there. So we're going to do that as well. So let's get started, guys. So first of all, we're going to go to our render items.js, and what we essentially want to do is every time we're going to buy an item, like those Airflex runners, for example, we're going to increment this amount. And once we click this add to cart button, we want to push those items to our shopping cart that we've just created, so to this array. So we're going to go into our render items.js. Here we have this add to cart button, and now we need to add an event listener to this add to cart button. So what we can do is we're going to say cart button.add event listener. Every time the user clicks on this add to cart button, we want to take a look at the amount of items, and if the amount of added items, so right here, if the amount of added items is greater than 0, so if we have at least like one item added, we're going to execute this code, and then we're going to say we're going to get our cart, so we need to export our cart as well right here. Instead of our items.js, we're going to say, instead of our render items.js, we're going to say import cart from cart.js, so we're going to say cart from cart.js, and right here we are going to say cart.push basically, and now we're going to push an object to this cart, and for this object we're going to say, okay, what do we want to add? Maybe we can just take all of those properties, we're going to place them right here because we want to add an object essentially, and those values need to be added dynamically. So what we can do is we're going to delete all of those properties right here, as well as this one and the image. We're going to add a comma right here, and we're going to say, okay, our name is equal to the name of this item that we have basically right here instead of our render items method. So we're going to say items or item dot, because actually we are getting the item right here. And now we have an item, and as you can see, we have things like material, weight, price, and so on. So we need to access all of those things. So what we can do right here is we're going to access our item, and as you can see, we have item.name, for example. So we're going to go and add item.name. Right here, we're going to add item.id, and the name should be the exact same names because, yeah, obviously we just copied the array right in. So we're having item.material. For the price, we're going to have item.price. For the weight, we're going to have item.weight. For the colors, we're going to have item.colors, even though we're not going to use them, but let's just store them in case you want to use them. Item.description as well. And for the image, we're going to use item.image, like so. And we also need an amount, because that field is like super important, so we have to add an amount. And we're going to say our amount is equal to amount of added items, like so. So now we added basically this object to this card. And now if we're going to console.log our card, we will see how this essentially works. So we're going to go to this page, we're going to go to inspect, we go to the man page, we're going to take a look at our console. Right now we have an array of 0. We're going to add 3 items. We're going to click the add to cart button. And also, every time we are going to click the add to cart button, let's just render the card right here. Otherwise, we won't probably see it. So instead of this if statement, we're going to say console.log. We're going to console.log our card. So now let's click the item. Let's add the item. We have an array. We have basically an amount of 4. We have some more right here. So now we have an array that is a little bit longer, and an array that's even longer, and right here we're going to do the exact same. So now we have those items. As you can see, we also have like a 2, a 4, a 4, and a 4 right here. So maybe we want to reset the number once we've added an item to the card. So what we can do right here, after we've pushed everything to this array, we can say amount of added items is equal to 0. And I hope this works right now. So let's go again to our women's page maybe. We're adding items. And we obviously also need to update our text content. So amount of added items is 0, and amount text content is equal to amount of added items afterwards. So we are going to add items, and as you can see now our number resets once we've added this item to the array. And as you can see, our array gets longer and longer every time. But once I reload the page, I'm going to go to the women's page again. I have an empty array again, but I probably want to persist this array inside of our local storage, so the user will have the exact same items every time he reloads the page once he added the items. So in order to do so, we are going to use the local storage and the, basically local storage inside of JavaScript, so the object, and we're going to say set item. We are going to need a key, and this key can, for example, be our card, or can be a card key. And for the value, we have to set the value. And as a value, so for the key to access this local storage later on, we are going to say we want to have the key card. And you can pretty much use any key, so it doesn't really matter. You can also come up with something inside of your mind. And for the value, we obviously have to use the value that we want to use and basically use later on. So the value that we really want to access later on. And this is obviously our card. So in order to store something inside of our local storage, we need to use json.stringify, and we're going to stringify our card because we need to store this as a string inside of our local storage. And now we're also going to say local storage.get item, and by using the exact same key, we can basically get the item. So and obviously we also have to take this set item function and render this once we set something inside of our card. So right here, we're going to take this item and we're going to say, if we have a local storage, take the stuff from the local storage, and otherwise use an empty array. And we also need to parse this item. So we need to use json.parse because we actually saved it as a JSON file as well. And now we are going to console.log our card. And let's take a look at that. inside of our cart shop here, we're going to add 2 items. We're going to add 3 more items. So now we have this array that consists of 2 different items, 2 different objects. Now we're going to reload the page, and as you can see, we still have those 2 items here. So now if I'm going to add some more items, like so, we have 3 items inside of our array. I'm going to reload the page, and as you can see, now I have 3 items inside of this array. So now we persist our items inside of the local storage, and we can access them whenever we want. So now all we have to do is really display those items inside of this right here. And what we can also do is we can update this number right here by using our cart, the length of our cart. So in order to do so, we are going to use this cart.js file instead of our index file. So we are going to duplicate the script tag right here. We are going to say now we want to use cart.js, and we also want to access the button right here, or to be precise, we want to access this p tag. So I'm going to say cart const amount batch is equal to document.getElement by element or dot query selector, and I'm going to say dot amount batch because I want to have this amount batch. And now I want to set the text content. So whenever the user basically updates the cart, and once the user loads the app, I want to update this amount batch. So I'm going to say amount batch dot text content is equal to cart dot length, like so. And as you can see, now we have 3 right here. If I'm going to add items, nothing is really changing because we're not updating. But if I'm going to reload the page, now this should update. As you can see, now we have 6 items right here. So what I have to add as well is I have to use the exact same line once I'm inside of our render items.js file, because right here, once we increment the cart, we also want to update the cart immediately. So we are going to add this line right here. We are going to say, okay, let's add some items. We're adding them. Amount batch seems to not be defined, so we can do that as well by basically just taking this one once. Okay, now we also need to get the amount batch right here because it's not defined. So we're going to say const amount batch is equal to document.query selector. We are going to take amount minus batch, and we're going to save this, and now we should be able to update the document whenever we're going to update or press the add to cart button. So as you can see, I added an item, I added an item, I added another item, and this here now seems to work. So we can add as many items as we want to, basically. And obviously you could also use the amount. So instead of just using the length, we can also just say, okay, we want to count the amount of items. So what we could do is we could say cart.reduce, for example. Right here, we're going to take the sum and an item, and we're going to say we're going to do sum plus equal item dot amount and a 0. And like this, it should basically work. And actually, we need to use the parentheses right here. And as you can see, this is not working because we need to copy the exact same code and enter that code inside of this one right here. So now let's go ahead, let's add some items. Let's say we are going to add some sneakers for men. And as you can see, now we have 48 items. So we're counting the exact amount of items. Now we have 51. If we're going to reload the page, we still have 51. We can go to our men's page. We can add some more sneakers. If we are going to add 3, we'll have 54. So now we're exactly counting the amount of items inside of our cart. And obviously you could also just take the length of the cart, and then you have just basically the different items inside, or the amount of different items inside of your cart. But you can obviously also count the entire amount of products that you want to, or that the user has added to the cart. And yeah, do whatever you want. So now let's start to create this cart page. So at the left, we basically have this contact information about the user and basically shipping information. And to the right, we have this overview of everything the user basically bought. So right here, we have to use the items from our cart and render them instead of HTML. And at the left, we have to display the contact information. So let's go ahead and do this. We are going to go down on our HTML page to our checkout page. And right here, we are going to create a div, for example. This div will have a class that has a width of 80, for example, and we will center this div, or let's say 60, because I think our checkout information will be kind of small. And here we will have a wrapper div that will have a class of flex and justify center to center everything. So right here, we basically need a form to the left. So we are going to create a left side, and we are also going to create a right side. So right now, we are basically going to go to this page, and we will say that we want to have an email, a phone number, and let's start by creating h2. And h2 should basically, so let's put this inside of a div. Let's say h2 is check out, for example, the way we have it right here, or it was contact. Now we have a second div that is basically the wrapper for our email and our phone number. So we'll have two input fields inside of this wrapper. So let's say input of type email, name is maybe contact minus email, because I think we already have email inside of our contact form. And for the second input, we're going to say this here is of type text and has the name of contact minus phone and an ID of maybe contact minus phone. Placeholder is not necessary, as you can see, because in our original form we don't have any of these. We just have labels on top of those inputs. So what we can do in order to do so is we can go ahead and say, okay, this here is a div as well, and inside of this div we have this input field, and here we have a label, and this label is for our contact email basically, and has the label of email, for example. So now let's actually just copy this, paste this in here, and we're going to replace the input with our phone input like so, and we're going to say this label is for contact minus phone, and this here is obviously phone. So now we should maybe also make our form page the active page, so we don't have to switch all of the time. So I'm going to put active here, and I'm going to see where I have active and active and active for the contact page right now. So I'm going to remove the active right here, and we're going to go down to our page, our checkout page. And now checkout should be our main page. Also want to have a min width for the section of 100, so a min height of 100, so let's say 100. And for this container we're going to say items center as well, because I want to center them as well. And actually I give this one a card button, so we basically see how this looks. And I'm going to see card minus checkout. So let's take this checkout card. Let's go into side of our style sheet. So let's say card checkout, and we are going to go to our original page, and we are just going to copy the color for this background, because this is like really a light gray. So we will get our background color, and as you can see we have this RGB 255 255 255, so this is pretty close to white actually. We paste this in, and now we have this background for our card container. We are also going to use a padding of maybe 40 pixels. So we have some padding and a border minus a radius of, let's use 15 pixels. So now we have this effect basically. Also, I'm not really getting why this here is not taking up more the available space. So I'm also going to remove H100 right here. And I think we should basically put H100 into this div right here. And now we get this effect. So this is a lot better already. And W minus 60, I'm going to go and take a look at W minus 60. Yeah, I need to go into our general.css, and okay, we have a max width of 60%. Let's say max width is 60%, and let's also, yeah, let's maybe just use a static width for our card checkout, and let's say width when we have a normal screen is basically just 60% of the screen, like so, or let's use actually 40 might be kind of right, I think. So we have 40% of the screen, or let's just use static pixels for the width. So let's say 700 pixels, and once we get to a different screen size, we can later on just adjust the width. And now to the left, we basically have this checkout box. Let's go with 800. On the original page, I think, yeah, it's probably like that. Yeah, actually, let's first style those ones. Let's say this here as a class of flex, justify or flex column. And now we're going to save this. So now we have this column basically. We're also going to do the same for the second div, like so. And I think this looks pretty much all right. Now we want to have those two input fields next to each other. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say class flex. Now they should be next to each other. And I want both of these input fields to take up all of the available space that is basically available. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look whether we already have grow. But I think we don't have the property yet. So I'm going to define .grow -1. And I'm going to say flex grow is 1 for this class. Now I'm going to take this class and I'm going to go into our index.html and I'd say our input fields will have, I'm going to say this div here has a class of grow -1. So this one grows. But I'm actually going to say the exact same for the other div. So they both take up probably the same amount of space. And here I'll say we have a gap of 1. So we have a gap between our input fields. And maybe we can change the gap later on, but for now I think this kind of works. Right below this div, I now want to have another div that includes our button as well as our email with new offers paragraphs. So what we can do in order to do so, we can just go ahead and right below this div, we create a second div, and this div includes basically an input of type checkbox that has, for example, email checkbox as a name, and this here is the ID. And now we can create a label afterwards and say, click here for either email me with news and offers. So we paste this in here, like so. And actually, yeah, obviously this here needs to go here, and the for attribute needs to be email checkbox. So we'll have this effect right now. The next thing that we actually have to do is we can basically start to style our checkbox so that it basically looks like this. So what we are going to do is we're going to say we're going to target our email checkbox by using hashtag email checkbox. We're going to say width is 20 pixels, height is maybe 20 pixels. Like so. Now we want to have a border of, I think we used the colors already, and I think it was 1 pixel, solid RGB A0000.1, or I think it was 0.2 to be honest. So now we have this effect, looks pretty good to me. Next up, the email me with new offers is slightly smaller, so we can just for the label use a class of font minus SM, for example. I'm not entirely sure whether this works, but this actually looks pretty alright. And next up, instead of this div, I'm going to use a class of flex and items of center. So the items are centered because now it looks a little bit weird. And I'm also going to say we want to have a gap of 1. So we have a gap of 10 pixels. For the entire container, we also want to have a margin top of 10 pixels. So we use MT1. And as you can see now, it basically looks like this. And obviously you could change or adjust the look of this checkbox, but since I don't want to keep hours on styling, I'm just going to keep this to a minimal style. And if you want to have a black background, feel free to do it on your own. Now we're going to proceed with the shipping information. So right below this div right here, we are going to create this shipping h2 as well, like so. And as you can see on the original page, we now have our first name and optional our second name, as well as our address. So for this and this one, we can actually copy the exact same structure that we have over here. So in order to do so, we're just going to copy this div. We're going to paste this div right below our shipping information, like so. Right here, we can, for example, say name, and the second one is basically optional, like so. As you can see, now we have this effect. And as you can see, our text right here is also a lot smaller. So maybe we should fix this before we copy and paste the same mistake over and over again by giving a class of font minus SM, for example. And maybe also an empty top of 10 pixels to our input field. So now we have this effect, but I actually think empty top of 1 is just a little bit too much. Maybe 5 pixels are enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create empty 0.5 probably, like so. We say empty 0.5 5 pixels. And I'm going to copy this margin and I paste this margin in here. And I hope 0.5 is a little bit better. And I think this looks kind of right. So now I'm just going to copy this class to all of those input fields, basically, and this class to all of our labels. And maybe it would have been a little bit faster if we would have just used the class for our label for the margin bottom instead. But I think this works as well. So now let's take MT5 for input right here and also right here. And let's see if this is pretty much everything. And yeah, I think it pretty much looks all right. Obviously our input fields still look terrible, but we can fix that in a couple of minutes. So now we are going to need the address, and our address is basically just a single line. So in order to do so, we are right below this div basically. We're going to say that we now want to have an input of type text again. And this one obviously is contact minus address and contact minus address. And I just realized that contact doesn't really make too much sense because we're not using it for the contact form. But I'm just going to keep it like that because yeah, fixing would probably take a little bit too much time. We'll put it inside of a div. We're just going to copy this label. This label also shouldn't be the label for contact form, but should rather be for maybe last minus name, or let's say contact minus last minus name. And we're going to put the same things in here, and right here we don't have email. We also have an input of type text, and this here should be contact first name, like so. This here is obviously the name, and yes, like this it should work. Now instead of optional, we obviously want to have our address right here. The class here should be flex column, and we're also going to use a class of MT05 for our input field, and everything else should be all right. And now we have this effect again. So address seems to work as well. Next up, we need to add postal code and city. And in order to do so, again, we can just copy those lines right here. So we're going ahead. We are going to take the entire div once again. So this div basically, we'll copy and paste this div right below this div. And we say this one here is basically, I think it was postal code, and this one is our city. And for this one, we will have contact city and an ID of contact city as well. And for this one, we are going to have contact postal minus code. So those names are pretty long, but I think it doesn't really matter too much because we won't need them anyways later on. So next up, we're going to create a payment method. So we need another section. So we are just going to copy our shipping H2, and below all of those things, we are going to copy our payment method. And right here, we are going to need a div, and this div should include a couple of radio buttons. So we created an input of type radio. We're going to say the name for this one is basically payment minus method. We don't really need an ID, to be honest. And yeah, right here, we can also start to create a label right afterwards. So in order to do so, we put all of those inputs inside of a individual div, and right here we have a label for, and maybe we should connect this one. So we should say maybe this one is credit card. So we have an ID of credit card, and we link our label to this one. So we are saying credit card right here as well. And for this div, as you can see, we have this effect. For this div, we maybe want to use a different style, I don't know. And yeah, I'm actually also going to go with the default style. I'm just going to do some small adjustments for this one. So I'm going to give this one a class and say radio BTN in our case. And if you want to have better styles, feel free to just put in some more effort into styling everything. So I'm going to say width 20%, height 20%, and I think for me this is kind of right. Obviously, you can obviously also go for the other button style, and that would be pretty fine as well. So for this one, we're going to say flex as well, and I want to have items minus center, so our items are aligned to the center, and maybe I also want to use a gap of 1, so we have a little gap. And as you can see, this here seems to work. So now in order to have this button a couple of times, we are going to say that this here is basically PayPal, for example, and this radio button has the ID of PayPal, for example. And the last one was Klarna, I think. Yeah. So we're going to go and add Klarna right here. The ID is Klarna, and obviously we need to link those ones to the corresponding label, like so. Now we have credit card, PayPal, Klarna. As you can see, you only can select one of them because we used a radio button with the same name to link all of them. And now we are also going to say this here is a class of flex minus column to align the items inside of a column. As you can see, now we have the same effect, but now I can use gap minus 1 to add a gap between our items, and I think this looks pretty much alright. And maybe I'm also going to add a margin, but we want to have a margin, yeah, to the top of maybe 10 pixels for all of those items anyways. So I think those two already work. No, actually they don't work. They look terrible. So I'm going to add a margin top in front of our shipping h2 as well. So right here, I'm going to say mt minus 1, and in front of our contact as well. So right here, we're going to say mt minus 1 as well. So now we have this effect, and this looks a little bit better already. Postal code seems to be pretty weird though, so we have to take a look at that. Let's go to postal code, and actually we have this one right here. We need to delete this, and now it should work. Also we can, yeah, let's first of all create this one here. And for this we can actually just go ahead and again copy our div right here and paste this div to the bottom. So basically right below this Klarna div, and now we are going to say I agree to the terms and conditions, for example. So let's copy this one here, let's paste this in here, and now we have this effect, and we have this checkbox as well. So now, yeah, looks a lot better. So now let's start to style our input fields by giving all of them the same class. Like, let's say the class is checkout minus input, for example. And now we need to take this class and add this class to every single input element. This is a radio button. I don't need to add it right here. Did I add it to a radio button? I think so. So we need to delete it from here. So we only want to add this class to our long inputs, basically. So to our text inputs. Add it right here. We're also going to add it right here, here, and I think all of those inputs are text inputs. At least I hope so. Otherwise I can just, yeah, this is a checkbox. This is a normal input, this is a normal input, and now it should work. So now let's style this text input inside of CSS by going ahead and doing .text input or checkout input. Now we will say we have a padding of maybe 15 pixels top bottom, and let's also, whoops, padding, and also left right probably. Maybe there's a little bit too much, so we say 10 pixels, 15 pixels, like so. Now I want to have a border of 1 pixel solid, and we're again going to use RGBA of 0.2, a border minus radius of maybe 5 pixels, because I think the border radius was, let's go ahead and use 10 pixels, because I think that it was, or let's use 15, and 15 is probably too much, so we use 10. And now we have this effect, so this is actually pretty close to our original form already. Next up, we probably need some margin to the top right here and to the top right here, so above our shipping address. And I think we also didn't really use bold right here, or we used a smaller font, but we can just check that out. And it doesn't really matter too much. Obviously, you can change it or adjust it according to your needs. So right above shipping, we are going to scroll down. Right above shipping, we want to have margin top. So first of all, let's say mt of 2 maybe for payment method, or let's use 4. I don't know, 4 is maybe a little bit too much. Yeah, let's go ahead and use probably 3, and we're going to do the exact same thing for shipping right here. So we say class mt minus 3, and I'm going to use font minus LG for shipping. So shipping is now way too big, so I'm going to try MD, for example. MD is a little bit better, but yeah, I'm just going to keep it at default. And feel free to just adjust them if you want to. So now maybe we want to add some margin here as well. So let's go down, let's go to our last button, and actually I think this one here is actually wrong anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this. I'll put this in here. I'm going to say this here is our terms checkbox, and we are going to link our terms checkbox right here. This is a terms checkbox as well, and actually I think I accidentally changed the class as well, so we're going to go ahead. Actually, I'm going to take the terms checkbox ID and I'm just going to add that one right here, and now it should work again. So now we have this effect. I think for our original page we also had a little bit of margin, so we're going to say MT2 for example for this one, or 3. And now we have a slight margin on top. And now to the right, we want to have our item container. So as you can see right here, we have our items to the right, and I want to do the exact same thing. But we have to dynamically render again those items using JavaScript. And as you can see, if you think in terms of HTML, we have this wrapper div that wraps pretty much everything. Instead of this wrapper div, we have another div that wraps one single item. This item includes an image to the left. Then in the middle, we have another div that basically wraps the name, the material, as well as the weight, and to the right we have our price. So essentially we have a div that includes a flexbox, that includes an item to the left, that includes another div that includes 3 items and another price text. So this div includes 3 items. So let's go ahead and create this div by using our cart.js. And we want to render all of those items, so obviously we have to create a div where we can render those items in. And we're going to say this here has an ID of render cart, for example. And let's just do some placeholder text for now to see whether this even works. As you can see right now, this here looks pretty weird because it gets rendered to the bottom. And instead I want this to be rendered to the right. So in order to do so, what we have to do is we're going to go to the top, and actually there's like really a lot of code. So we're going to say right here, we want to have display of flex, as you can see like so, and we want to have maybe a gap of 1. So we have a slight gap, and now it looks pretty much all right. So let's go ahead and add all of our items to this box. So we're going to take this render cart ID and we are going to go into our cart.js. We're going to say right on top of our file, we will add a const render cart container, for example, is equal to document.get element by ID, and we take this ID element basically. Now we have this render container, and inside of this container we want to render the items inside of our cart. So what we can do in order to do so, we are again going to say cart.for each, and for each of those items, so for each single item, we want to have a render method, if you want to say so. So first of all, let's say console.log. We're just going to log the item so we really get an idea of how this item looks like. And now this should render 54 items once we reload this page. And we actually also obviously need to use for each like this. So now this should work. And as you can see, we see every single item that is inside of our cart. So we have this one right here that has an amount of maybe 2, and maybe we also, for the original page I didn't do this, but maybe we also want to show or display the amount maybe instead of our weight, for example. I don't know, we can see how we are going to do this, but you can also add it to the bottom, so you have 3 items below each other. We can take a look how we are going to do this, but let's start to render those items. So first of all, as I said, we have this original wrapper div. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const wrapper div is equal to document.create element. We create a wrapper div. Now we'll also give this wrapper div, and or we're just going to say this here is a container, the container for every item. And now we say container.classlist.add is equal to container. So we have added the class of container to our container. Now next up we need a container for every single item. So we're going to create an item container. So what we're going to say is we're going to say const item container is equal to document.create element of div, and this item container will have a class list of add of item minus container. So this is the container for our individual items. Instead of this item container, we now want to create an image to the left. So in order to do so, we're going to say const image is equal to document.create element of image. So now we can actually also delete this container, because I actually didn't realize that we are not going to need this one, because our container in the end is basically going to be this render card, because like this is the wrapper container for pretty much all of our items right here. And yeah, so we basically don't need this container, and you can just go ahead and delete this one. All we really need is this item container, and then we can append this item container basically in the end to this render card container, if you want to say it so. So right now we basically have this image, and we should maybe give this image a class. So we can say image.classList.add, and we are going to say this is our checkout minus image, like so. And we're going to save this, and now we actually need to add this image to our item container. So in order to do so, we are going to say item container.append, and we're going to append our image to this item container. And right now we've appended this image to our item container, and we need to append this item container to this render card basically. And in order to do so, we can say const render card container. I don't know if I did this before, but I'm just going to do it again because I deleted it previously and my recording didn't work. So we are going to say render card container is equal to document.get element by ID, and we're going to get this render card right here. And now we need to append this item container, which basically includes one single item, to this render card div basically, which should in the end contain all of the items. And in order to do so, we are going to say render card container dot append, and we're going to append our item container, which includes the image right now. So now we should be able, once we save, we should be able to see something, but we obviously also need to add an image source. So we're going to say image.source is equal to item. And as you can see, this item right here is an object, and this item has an image property. So we need to display this image from our item. So we're going to say item.image, and now we should see an image right here. And as you can see, we have all of these images. So if we take a look at the original page, next to this image, we have another div, and this div should basically contain 3 more items. So the title, the material, as well as the weight. So we're first of all going to create a div. So let's just say create div, for example, and this could be our information div. So we're going to say const information container is equal to document.create element, and we're going to say this is a div. Now we say information container dot class name dot add, or class list dot add information, or let's say check out minus information minus container, like so. And now we will also create the title. So we're going to say const title is equal to document dot create element. We say we want to create a p tag. We're going to say title.classList.add will be the checkout minus title, and title.text content is going to be equal, if we take a look at our object, it's going to be equal to this name property right here. So we will say item.name. So next up, we have to do the same for our material. So we will say const material is equal to document.create element. We are going to create a p tag. We are going to say material.classList.add checkout minus material, and we say material is equal to our, or material.text content is equal to item.material. Next up, we have weight. So we are going to create weight by using document.create element. We create a p tag. We say weight.classList.add. We are going to add weight dot or checkout minus weight. And now we say weight.text content is equal to our item.weight. And now we need to add weight, material, and our title to our information container. So we're going to say information container dot append. We're first going to append our title, because our title, as you can see, is the element on the top. Next up, we need our material right here. So we're going to say information container dot append, and we're going to append material. And for our last item, we're going to say information container dot append, and we'll append our weight. Now we have this container right here. So this container right here, but we need to append this container to the entire item container, because inside of our item container, we have this image right now, but we also need to append this div next to our image, basically. So what we can do in order to do so is we can say that we are going to add to our item container our information container, like so. And now we should see a title right here, and not just the title, but also the material as well as the weight. So this seems to work. Next up, we are going to add, as you can see on the original page, the price. And this is pretty simple. We're just going to say const price is equal to document.create element. We create a p tag. We're going to say price dot class list dot add is equal to checkout minus price. Price dot text content is equal to item dot price. And we are also going to add a dollar sign in front of our price. So we'll say dollar plus item dot price. And now we have to add this price to our item container, basically. So we'll say item container dot append, and we'll append our price. So now let's take a look at our cart. And as you can see, we have the price. This is basically a single item. This here is another item inside of this wrapper div, basically. And this is the third item. And we can take a look at the styling, and then you will definitely understand. So we have this checkout information container, which is basically the wrapper, or we have this item checkout container. That was my bad. So this item checkout container is basically one item. And I'm going to show you how this works. We are now going to target this item checkout container. Now for this item checkout container, we say that we want to have a display of flex. And I'm also going to resize our image so you can really see what's going on there. So we will say card.js. We have our image. Our image has the class name. Let's take a look. Right here we have the image. The image class name is checkout image. So we target checkout image. Right here we will say this one has a width of 60 pixels and a height of 60 pixels. Object fit is equal to cover. And now we're going to take a look at it. And now you can see we have those images to the left, those items to the right, and those items as well. And what we can essentially do is we can say that we want to maybe have a gap between our price and our materials. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll say justify content space between, and now we have this effect. Now let me also create or target this render card so we can really see what's going on. So let's say hashtag render card has a background color of white, a padding of 20 pixels, a border radius of maybe 15 pixels. So now we should have, as you can see, this padding. But as you can see, I really feel like this here is looking pretty terrible, because obviously we have some space between our items, but I would really prefer if the price would be to the right or aligned to the right, and image and text would be aligned to the left. So what we can do in order to fix that, we have to create another wrapper container that basically wraps this image and this text, so both of these things together, and then we just have this price to the right. So we need to do this next, and we can go ahead inside of our card.js, and we just need to create another container, basically. So what we can do is we can say that we are going to create const left container is equal to document.create element. We create another div right here, and now we are going to say we append this image to our left container. And now we're also going to append our information container to our left container as well. And now we say item container dot append, and we append our left container right to our item container. And now it should work, as you can see. Yeah, it doesn't work. Actually, this does work, but we need to use flexbox inside of this container as well, because right now it's aligned vertically. So we can say that we're going to say left container.classlist.add. We are going to add checkout minus left for example, we are going to copy this class name. We go into our style sheet and we say instead of checkout.left, we have display of flex, for example. So now we have this effect. And as you can see, now it seems to work. But it would probably be slightly better if this bar would take up a little bit more space. So in order to fix that, we can basically say that we want to have a width of, let's try 100%, but I'm not entirely sure how this is going to look. It looks a little bit better, I would say, because now we have a little more space, but maybe I need to give this entire form a little more space. So what we can do in order to do that, and I'm also going to take a look at cart checkout. So let's go there. We have a width of 800 pixels. Maybe we are going to use 900. So we have some more space right here, and maybe 850 is going to be enough. So we take a look at our cart. So now we have some more space here, and we really need the space because we obviously want to have some bigger titles. We want to use a gap right here as well. So let's keep on styling that. So now instead of our item or checkout left, we want to have a gap of maybe 10 pixels. So a gap between our image as well as the items right here. Now for every single container, we want to have some padding to the top and to the bottom. So maybe 10 pixels top bottom, 0 left right would be kind of right. So now we have some padding to the top and to the bottom. I'm not entirely sure whether this is right, but let's just use a border minus bottom of 1 pixel solid and RGBA of 0000.2. So now we have a padding or a border right here for every single item. And now let's also start to style our title, for example. So let's say checkout minus title is equal to a font size of 1.1 rem, for example. We're going to save this. So now we have a slightly bigger font size here. And for our material and our weight title, if you want to say so. So let's take a look. Checkout weight and checkout material. We want to create another style. So we say dot checkout weight dot checkout material, and we will say this one has a font size of maybe 0.8 rem and a color of, let's use this gray color right here that we've used previously. And now it looks a lot better already. And as you can see, this card now looks pretty much alright already. So we have to take a look at our index.html, and right here we have a gap of 1, but maybe gap of 2 might look a bit, yeah, and this looks a little bit better in my opinion. So next up, let's take a look at our page. We have this page right here, and as you can see, we have this promo code input field with a button next to it. So how can we do that? Let's go ahead and let's again scroll into our section. We really have a lot of code here, and we probably need to add another input field to the bottom. So we need to go into our card.js, and maybe we are going to say, okay, let's add an input field to the bottom of this one. But it would obviously also be possible to just define our input field here, and I'm going to show you what I mean by this. We now have an input field, but as you can see, this input field will be added to the top. So why is that? Because obviously we use the append method. But what if we are going to use the prepend method? So what if we say we are going to add this entire container to the front of our page or to the front of this section? Now we have this input field at the end, basically, because we prepended this entire container. So now next up, we can start to basically style this input field. We can also add a button, for example, and this button is probably of type button. We could, for example, say add, and this one should be the promo code. So we right here have a placeholder for this input field. This one has the placeholder of promo code, and we will probably use the exact same class that we've used for our input fields previously. So we can just say, okay, this one has a class of checkout input, like so. And now we have this input field. So we're going to put this one here inside of another div. We'll make this basically, and then we say class is equal to flex. We have a gap of maybe 10 pixels between button and our input field, and then for the input field we are probably going to say W100, so it takes up all of the available space, but maybe we can also just use grow -1, so it basically grows and takes up the available space, which is probably a little bit better when we use Flexbox. So next up, we should probably start to style the button, and I don't think that we really have a button class that looks like this. So what I can do in order to fix this is, if we take a look at this button, I'm going to say button minus square. I don't know whether we have this one already or not. Probably we don't. I'm just going to say button promo, for example, and now I'm going to say button promo blue. And we're just going to take those two buttons. We are going to go into our general.css because maybe we want to reuse them later on. Yeah, whatever. So we're just going to add our button promo and our button promo blue. So for the button promo, I want to have a padding of maybe 10 pixels top bottom, maybe 20 pixels left right, and this here should obviously be padding. I also want to have a border minus radius of 5 pixels and a background. And actually, I'm just going to copy the background or the color that we have right here because it's probably a little bit easier. So I copy that one, and I think we might already have that one. No, actually we have a blue that starts with 5A, but I think this is a slightly different blue. So we have this code, but obviously we want to use this one for the skin. So we will here say color is white, for example, and we can remove a border, and we can also say that the font size is equal to 1.1 rem. And now we have this cool button effect, or I don't know if it's cool, but it looks kind of right. As you can see, the font here is probably slightly smaller, so let's say 1 rem, and now it looks, I would say, pretty similar, but maybe this one is actually even smaller, so 0.9, and this looks pretty good. So now we probably need some margin to the top and some margin to the bottom, so we can go ahead and say our button should have or let's just create another div. Let's put this button inside of a div. Let's give this div maybe a class. Let's see, mt1 mb1, for example. Now we have some, okay, we have actually, this looks kind of weird, to be honest. Okay, the reason is that we already have a wrapper for this entire section. That was my bad. So let's use mt1 mb1 like so. And maybe for the entire section, we can use border, or let's just give this one a class, and let's say this one has the class of promo container, for example. And for the promo container, we say border bottom 1 pixel solid RGBA 000 0.2, and now we have this bottom border, and maybe we need to use padding bottom 10 pixels instead of margin bottom. So we are going to remove this one from here, and we will say, yeah, like this it should work. And now let's also add this total button, or not this button, but this total display that has the total text to the left and the price to the right. So obviously we need to get this obviously we need to get this price dynamically, but we can do so in a second. First of all, let's start by styling everything by saying this here is a div. Inside of this div, we have a paragraph that says total, for example, and right below we will have the price, and this one will have a class of, or let's say this one has an ID of total price, for example. And now we need to add the price to this total price paragraph. So we are going to go into our cart.js, and let's say we will grab const total price is equal to document.getElement by ID total price. And now we have basically this entire cart, and we need to update this price basically whenever the user adds something to the cart and when we load the page. So in order to do so, we can say we are going to go over our entire cart. So we are going to say cart.forEach. Right here we already have the item, but we can also say cart.forEach once again. We are getting an item, and for every single item we want to get the amount basically. And in order to do so, we can also use the reduce method, which is probably a little bit smarter. So we'll use reduce. We are getting a sum as well as an item, and in order to now get the entire sum basically, we can say that our sum is equal to, or plus equal to, item dot And now let's take a look at our items. We have this price property basically, so we can say item.price times, and now for every single item we also have this amount field, so we can, for example, say item.amount, and by doing so we should be able to calculate, whoops, this is probably not correct, and by doing so we should be able to calculate the total total sum is equal to cart.reduce. And now we can, for example, say, or what we can do, we can also just remove this variable and say total price.text content is equal to cart.reduce sum item, and then we are just calculating the price. So we're basically essentially saying amount of items times the price for each item, and then we are going to get this sum for everything. And actually, let's also remove those parentheses and let's add a 0 as a fallback. And now we are going to add two fixed, and we want to have two decimal places like so. So now we have this value basically, and it might make sense to also say, okay, let's take this and we're going to append or prepend a $sign in front of this. So now we have this value. So as you can see, if we take a look at our original card, it looks pretty much the exact same. So now we need to use the class bold for this entire div. So we can say bold. We are going to use flex and justify between, and maybe also a margin top, I would say. So this is how it looks. Now let's use a margin top of maybe 20 pixels. And I would say for both of these items, we can say that we want to use font of, let's try LG, for example, and it's way too big, so let's use MD. Hope this is a little bit better, and I think MD is kind of right. Maybe actually I think we never used MD before, so we can also adjust font minus MD a little bit and say 1.1 REM, for example. And yeah, I think this looks pretty good. So now the next thing we need is this buy button, and this one is like really easy. Now we are just going to create a button of type button. We say this one has the text buy, class of buy minus btn. We are going to take this class and let's just take this class. Let's take the buy button class, and we're going to style this one by saying dot buy button will have maybe background color. Let's just make this as a single button, and I'm just going to copy all of the values that we had for our other button, because this one is actually pretty similar in my opinion. So we take this color, we take this background, we paste it in here. Next up, we are also going to get the padding probably, or let's just leave the padding. Let's take the padding. Let's give it a border radius. The border should be 0. The font size is kind of right as well, so we'll add this one here as well. And let's take a look at our button. Looks kind of right. Let's just say the width is literally just 100%. And now we have this button, or let's say this one takes up maybe 80% of the available space, like so. Now we can, in a second, just go ahead, say, okay, this button is inside of a div, and this div will have a class of flex, justify center, so we center our button like so, and this div will also get mt of maybe 4 probably, so we have some margin to the top. But I think this button, this button just took up all of the available space, so we're just going to do this because 80% looks kind of weird. So let's go ahead and say width of 100%. And now it looks pretty similar, to be honest. Maybe we had a little bit of more border radius, maybe like 10 pixels right here. And the margin top was probably more like 30 pixels. So now we have this effect. And I think these cards look pretty similar. Now we also need a cursor of pointer for that one and a cursor of pointer for that one. And now they look clickable. So now we have this effect. And now if you take a look at this, I'm also going to clear our local storage. And in order to do so, you can just go to basically application. Right here you have the local storage. As you can see, we have this card right here inside of our local storage. And in order to delete the local storage, we can just click on delete. I'm going to reload the page. Our card is entirely entirely empty. And as you can see now, you should probably see a bug or something that we didn't add yet. I'm going to click 2 2 will be added to this shopping cart, but as you can see, we can't see the items here. And the reason for this is that we obviously also need to update our items once we click on the button, or that we have to re-render our items once we click on this button. And as you can see, we have our cart right here, and we use cart.forEach to really basically render everything once we add an item, but we should probably re-render everything. So we have to put this one here inside of a method, I think. And we can do so by, let's just say this here is a function, maybe render cart, and we are going to say this function includes this for each method, and we are just going to submit, and everything should actually be kind of right. So all we have to do is we are going to call this render cart function once we start our application, and then once we click on the add to cart button, we also want to render or re-render our cart, so we can export this function. And now we want to import our render cart instead of our render items. And as you can see, once we basically click on this cart button, we also want to again call our render items function that we obviously also have to import. So as you can see, we imported, or we are going to import it from our cart.js. And I think we didn't use it properly, even though I should have imported it. Render cart. Yeah, we need to use render cart, obviously. So now it should again work. So let's take a look. We are going to add some items. Let's use those black sneakers. And as you can see, now we have those black sneakers in there. Now let's also use or add some things from the women. And as you can see, now we still have a bug because we seem to add the exact same items over and over again. So once we call this render items method, the first thing we want to do is we want to clear everything. Now, in order to fix this bug, we are going to go inside of this HTML file, and right here we are basically appending all of our items to this render cart div. So we need to get this render cart div. I don't know if we have it already, but we can take a look. So we are going to say inside of this cart, let's say const render cart div is equal, or render cart container is equal to document.getElement by ID, and we get this ID. And right now, whenever we are basically starting to render all of those items, we want to clear this render cart. So we want to basically say render cart div.text content is equal to an empty string. So let's just save this. And as you can see now, all I basically have are the shoes. So let's just add some items. Let's go ahead. Let's add those items. We are going here, and now we have this render cart div and basically the updated div. So let me add some more shoes. Let's go to women. Let's take those pink ones. Let's add them. We're going here and we've added those pink shoes. But as you can see, we now basically lost our button to the bottom, and we can get this button back if we are going to do a some quick fixes basically. So the first thing we have to do is we basically take everything inside of this render cart div and just place it right below the other div. And now we are going to put both of these divs inside of another div, like so. And now it should start to work. And as you can see, now we have the entire section right now. So as you can see, let's just add those pink ones. And as you can see, this here now actually seems to work, but we are failing to update our price. So every time we basically click this add to cart button, we also need to update our price. So basically whatever we have inside of, let's go to our checkout page, whatever we have inside of this total paragraph. So let's go ahead and do that next. And to really do this, all we have to do is we have to get this total price right here, and we have to set the text content inside of our add to cart button. And we can go ahead and copy this line. We are going to render items.js inside of our add to cart button, which is right here. At the end, or right after rendering the cart, we can also go ahead and say total price.text content, and obviously we need to get total price inside of this file as well. So we can copy this total price const right here, place it on top of our file, like so. We're going to save the file, and if I'm not wrong, this should basically already work now, because we should have all of the items. So yeah, so let's open this one right here. Our total price is 3K. So let's basically just go ahead and let's clear our application. So let's clear our local storage. Let's say local storage right here. We are going to delete the cart. Basically, we reload the page and now we have an empty cart. Let's go to man. Let's maybe add one of those sneakers. So this should be basically $89.99. As you can see, this seems to work. Now let's go ahead and let's add another one. So let's add those ones. So now the logic seems to work, but this here looks a little bit weird right now because the white background only belongs to our items. So we can go ahead and change that one next. So let's go inside of our index.html, and earlier we just had the white background for this render card. So instead we can just say we give this one a class, and this here is the site. Let's say this is the sidebar container. Probably not the most descriptive name, but for now this should work. So let's go into our style.css. Let's target this class, and all we actually have to do is we have to change we literally have to take those styles from render card and just have to place them in here. And now we can probably delete those items for render card, or those properties for render card. And now we get the effect that we were looking for. So as you can see, this now seems to work. Maybe we can say that we just want to have a height of fit content. So now it just takes up the necessary space. And like this, it looks pretty good. And it looks exactly the same as before, but has the functionality that we are looking for. So let's add some shoes. Let's probably add 5 shoes. So probably approximately 600 euros for those. And as you can see, we updated the price. So let's add one more, so we get to probably 1K, and it seems to work, as you can see. So all that is like really missing is the footer of the website. So let's start to create this footer right here. And if you take a look at this one, we have a div at the left, so one container at the left, another div right here, which basically includes probably 3 more divs. So let's go ahead and create our footer inside of our HTML file, basically at the bottom right here. And now inside of this footer, we say this is a div for maybe our left section. So we probably call this one, or give this one a class of left minus footer. And we can also use a comment to maybe comment that this here is the left footer. And then we are just going to copy and paste this div. And we are going to say that this one is probably the right footer, and the class should obviously also be right footer. So now inside of this left footer, we have the name of our brand, then a short paragraph. So let's start by doing this. Let's go ahead and say psneaky5, for example. Right below, we have another paragraph. The paragraph is probably just this text over here, like so. And now we need those icons basically that include X, Instagram, YouTube, and so on. So let's create a button for that one, for example. And we're going to say button, or let's create an anchor tag. Anchor tag probably makes a little more sense. So let's say this is an anchor tag. We can keep the href empty. You can basically put in whatever you want if you wanted to. So let's say this one is X. Then we have a second one that says IG, and the third one, or the last one, was YouTube. So we are going to put YT in there. And now we can put all of those anchor tags inside of a div. And this div is probably, footer social, so it has a class of footer minus social. But I don't actually think that we need this class. So maybe I'm just going to remove this again. And now we can take a look at our website. And as you can see, we can't really see a lot. So what we can probably do is we can say that we are going to inspect this right here. And first of all, we want to get the background color for our footer. So maybe we are going to take a look at this footer. And we have a background that is equal to this color code. So we just copy this color code, and we're going to go into our style sheet, and we say footer has a background of #0f, whatever. And then we can also go ahead and copy the color from this footer, because I think we use the exact same color for everything inside of this footer. So this is pretty much all right as well. And we just say, let's use this hash code. So now, as you can see, we have this footer right here. And let's go to our man page, and let's give all of our footer, or every single part of the footer, margin top probably. So let's say our footer has a class of empty, and I think we used 16 for everything up to this point. So I'm going to use 16 once again, and let's take a look at the section. I think this looks pretty much all right. Now let's also say that inside of this footer, we are just going to copy and paste those things inside of another div, and this div will have a class that has a width of 60%. Now we are going to place everything inside of this div, and we are going to center this div, this wrapper div, again. So we wrap this with another div, and we are saying this here has a class of flex and justify minus center to center this div that takes up 60% of the available space. And now, as you can see, this here is basically what we have up to this point, but it looks probably pretty much terrible. Next, we need this newsletter paragraph right below our socials container. So we are going to say, okay, we have newsletter right here, and we have get drops and deals first right below this paragraph as another paragraph. And right below, we are having this input field with a subscribe button next to it. So what we can do is we can create a div as a wrapper, because those two are next to each other. So we probably need a flex box later on. And now we are going to say this here is an input of type text, for example, and has the email. So maybe we are saying footer minus email is the name. The ID is footer minus email as well. And the placeholder is probably going to be email. So it looks like this. And now we also need to create a button. So we can just say button, and let's say subscribe is the text, and we can probably reuse some of our classes that we've created so far. So let's say btn and btn maybe promo blue, for example. I don't know if this is looking good, but yeah, let's take a look. And this is actually looking terrible. So let's go inside of our style sheet. We have an error right here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Let's go button promo is probably not the right one. So how many button styles do we have? We have button promo blue, button promo, button square. So I'm going to use button square, and maybe I need to add a new color. So I'm going to add button square and then probably button promo blue, and this should actually work. I mean, actually it doesn't work. It doesn't, it has too much padding. So I'm going to create a second button, and I'm going to say button promo blue, and I'm just going to copy the things right here, and I'm going to say this one, yeah, maybe the button square is the problem and not button promo blue. So I'm going to go to button square, and I'm going to say button square minus small, and this one will only have a padding of maybe 15 pixels to the left and to the right, because the other one just has too much padding in my opinion. So we're going to replace button square with button square small. And now we have this button, which looks a lot better in my opinion already. Next up, we should probably add a horizontal rule right below the entire footer. So we can do this later. For now, we have this section is probably done. So now we need to create another container, and this container should contain all of those links basically. So let's go to our right section, which should be actually, this is the left footer, and I think this one was probably, yeah, should probably have been the left footer. So let's just copy everything inside of our right footer, delete it, and place it inside of our left footer. And for the right footer, we can now go ahead and say we have 3 more divs, and every single div has a paragraph that is basically the heading. So right now we have shop, help, and contact right here. So we can say this here is our shop. And then we're going to say this here is contact, for example. And the last one is, or the second one is actually help, and the last one is contact. So we say this one is help, and the last one is contact. And now we obviously need to duplicate the paragraph a couple of times. Right here we have 4 items for every single thing. So what we can do is we can go ahead, say 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. Now we have man, women, new arrivals, and bestsellers. So let's say man, women, best sellers, and new arrivals. And to be honest, you can also, or you should probably use an anchor tag instead of a p tag right here. So let's go ahead and let's say this here is an anchor tag. And instead of this anchor tag, we basically have man like this. And now we can just delete all of those. And yeah, that was probably my bad. Wasted us some time, but yeah, at least we have done probably now, or at least I hope so. So new arrival and bestsellers right here. So this should be all that we need. So now I think the fastest way to get this really done is to first start to style everything here, and then later on we can just copy this section right here 2 more times, and then we should have the footer. So let's take a look at the original page, and right here we have the sneaky find. This is obviously a lot bigger and has the color white. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our sneaky file right here, and we'll give this one a class of maybe, let's say, or let's try font LG, and let's use bold for the font weight. As you can see, and now this looks a lot closer to what we had initially, but maybe font -MD is a little bit better for that one. But actually this is like, yeah, it's not big enough, so I'm going to go with font LG for this one. Next up, I also want to create a color. So this color that we have down there, and I think we used this color right here already, and at least I hope so. And now I'm going to go into our general.css, and I'm going to say .footer -gray is going to be the class, and we have a color of footer gray for this class. So color of gray for this class. And now I'm going to take this color and I'm going to give this color to this paragraph, and I'm going to save it. And as you can see, it didn't really change too much. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to inspect this one and take that color right here, because I think it should be that color. And I'm going to paste that in for footer -gray. And now it should basically look a little bit different. But as you can see, yeah, it worked like that. Now, next up, we need to create this bottom logo, if you want to say it like that. So now we need to create this X, IG, and YouTube anchor tags. And we can do so by saying this one has a class of footer -link, for example. And we copy this class, or we give this class to every single one of those items. And now we are going to target the footer link inside of CSS by using .footer link. And let's give this one a border, or let's say this one has a width of 40 pixels and a height of 40 pixels. And let's say this one has a border of 1 pixel solid. And maybe we should use the color that we use for gray over here for the border color. So we're going to use hashtag 9a for whatever. So we have this border, but maybe we also need a border minus a radius of, let's say, or actually we should use a wrapper for every single anchor tag, I think. So we do it like this, and we use the class footer -link for our wrapper. And yeah, let's actually just delete this and let's duplicate this one twice, because this should be a little bit faster. We have X, IG, and YouTube, and now for this footer link, we can define a certain width, a certain height, and we can just render or center this anchor tag inside. So what we can do is we can say, set a border radius of maybe 5 pixels, width of 30, and height of 30 should probably be enough. Maybe we actually need even less, but I think this is kind of right. And now I'm also going to say that we have a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center. So now our anchor should be centered, as you can see. I actually don't think that it will inherit the color, but we can try it. So let's just copy this color right here and use it for our footer link, but this does not seem to work. Wait, I need a hashtag. So yeah, this doesn't seem to work. So we actually need to target every footer link anchor text, every anchor inside of this footer link. We use this color, we use a text decoration of none, and now it should actually be pretty similar to what we had in our original design right here. I could actually try to use RGBA of, let's use RGBA of 0000.2, and that was actually my bad. Let's use 255. So basically let's just use Y, 255, 255, 255, and then an opacity of 0.2. So now we have this effect. I think this is a little bit closer to the original one. Maybe they had a slightly bigger border radius as well of 8 pixels. And yeah, this should work. So now inside of this container, we are also going to use a display of flex. So let's say this entire div gets a class of flex and a gap of 1, so 10 pixels of gap. So now we have this design right here. Also, we should take a look and we should give our entire header, a padding top and a padding bottom of maybe 20 pixels. So what we can do in order to do so, we can say that this entire wrapper container basically, should get a padding top and a padding bottom. So let's just say we're going, whoops, this was my bad. Let's just say we're going to add a py of maybe 2, and we obviously need to create py inside of our style sheet. So we go into our general.css and we create py, which gives our footer a padding top of 20 pixels and a padding bottom of 20 pixels. And now we have this padding right here, and this is actually a lot closer already to the original side, but we need to add a little more. Maybe we actually should even use 30 pixels. So let's go ahead and use 30 right here. Let's use 30 right here, and this here is py3, and now we have py3 right here as well. And now we need to create the margin between our footer, between our paragraphs. So we go and say the margin here might be alright, but we need some margin for our social links basically. So we say mt1, for example. So we have some margin right here. Now we have this newsletter, which should take up a lot of the available space. So in order to do so, we can just say, okay, let's give this one a margin of maybe, for the newsletter, let's use mt of maybe 4 to get like a lot of margin. Yeah, looks a lot better. Now we are also going to just copy this class right here and use this one as well, or let's copy those classes and let's use them for the newsletter. Now I'm going to use footer gray for the paragraph right below, like so. Now this looks pretty good as well. Actually, for the newsletter, the text is a lot smaller right here, so I will probably go ahead and use font -MD for this one. So yeah, this looks a lot better. And next up, we need this form field actually. So we are going to say that we are going to create dot footer -input, and we will say that this one has a border radius of maybe 10 pixels, a border of 1 pixel, solid RGBA 000. No, never mind. Let's use this one for the border. And the background should essentially be transparent. If we are taking a look at the original one, we have this placeholder text. We're going to save this one, footer input. Let's take a look. For this one, we have a class. Okay, for this input, we need a class of footer input. And now we have this input field. We need some more padding into every single direction. So let's say padding top, bottom, 10 pixels, 15 pixels left, right. So it looks like this. Maybe 10 pixels to every single direction is enough, but actually, obviously, you can keep a lot more time or spend a lot more time to style everything. But I think for this demo, this definitely works. Next up, we have those elements right here, and they need to be next to each other. So this is what we're going to do next. And first of all, also for all of our anchor tags, I give every anchor tag a class, and this class should also be footer gray because we want to have a slightly gray color, or basically a gray color for those one. And the first one should also have this class right here that we've used for our newsletter. So we have this effect, and now I think this looks a lot better already. And maybe we can also say footer gray, and I think, I don't know if we have underline -none already, but we're going to create a class that has the name underline -none that gives us a text decoration of none basically. So that basically removes the underline. And we use this class for all of our anchor text because I really don't like this underline. As you can see now, it's basically gone. So next up, we are going to say that our right and our left side basically should be next to each other. And we can do so by saying, okay, this here is essentially, this is the left footer. And this is the wrapper for the left and the right footer. So we give this one a class of flex by doing so. And this one should also have, justify between, like this, and maybe a gap of, let's use -2, for example. For the width, we can also try out 80%, so we have some more space, as you can see. And actually for this one, we also need some more space to the top for our input field or the entire input section. So let's go down. let's say right here for the wrapper of our input, we have empty -2, so we get some more space. And now we need to add some more of those, and we need to give this one a flex direction of column, essentially. So we're going to go, instead of this form, we give this one a class flex column. And let's take a look, and now we have basically a flex column, and let's say a gap of maybe 1 is kind of right for those items. And I think there's a lot closer, but maybe a gap of 0.5 would be better. So we go to the gap section, and we are going to add gap 0.5 as well, to have a gap of only 5 pixels. And now we'll say gap 0.5, and now this gap looks pretty much alright. Now we are going to take a look, and we have basically 3 sections next to each other. So we have to create those 3 sections, and we are going to copy this one right here. We're going to duplicate those ones, and we're going to do this twice. Or let's actually, this was, I don't know what I did here. I need to, yeah, let's just copy everything. We're going to paste it in, we're going to paste it in, and this one has help as much as I know, and this one says contact as far as I know. And now we need to align those ones next to each other, so we will say flex by doing so, and those ones will be aligned to the center, so items minus center. Let's say W100, so it should take up all of the available space. Let's actually just use grow -1, so it should take up all of the available space. And now we take justify between for those items as well, so it looks like this. And I think the entire footer should probably just take up, yeah, actually this section, no, let's align them to the left, because I think that's what I also did. So we say flex start. I'm also going to create this class inside of our style sheet. We are just going to copy this one, and we say this one is flex start basically. So now it's aligned to the start, and we probably need a pretty big gap for those items. So I'm actually going to create dot gap of 8, for example. Let's say 80 pixels. We're going to copy that class, and we give this class to this entire wrapper div, so we have a certain gap, and this looks pretty much alright to me. Also, I think it would be better if all of this would have a width of maybe just 60% of the entire width. So we are going to remove 80, and we'll say 60, and this looks a lot better to me already. And maybe I'm going to go with 70, so I have to create this class, but let's just do this. So let's use W -80, and right before we're going to add W -70, and we'll say width of 70%. Now we should have a width of 70%. We're going to save this, and now we have this effect basically. We also need to get some more spacing between this section and this section, so we can probably use a gap once again. So we'll say, let's create a gap. Where do we have it? Between right and left footer of maybe 8, so 80 pixels, and now we have a much bigger gap, as you can see. And to me this looks a lot better already. So let's say this one here gets the class of footer container, for example. We are going to copy this one, we style this inside of our style sheet, and we say we want to have a border bottom of maybe 1 pixel solid, and let's just use this color right here to see if this even works. Now we have this footer. Let's use a padding minus bottom of 10 pixels to create a certain gap to this horizontal rule. Maybe 20 is a little bit better. And I think this looks a lot better already. I think I've used a lot more right here though, so let's go ahead and use 40. And right below we have this paragraph to the left, and those 3 cards again aligned to the right. So we can just go ahead and do this by creating another container right below this container here. So let's go ahead and let's say at the end of this container we'll add another container. This container contains the paragraph like so. Maybe we have to go up a couple of levels, and right here we have justify center flex, but let's use flex minus column, I think, like so. And now I'm going to use items minus center instead of justify content, because I just changed the flex direction, and now I need to create those 3 buttons. So visor, MC, PP. We can go ahead and do so by just creating another container. We will say instead of this container, we have 3 paragraphs. One of them has visor, MC, PP. So let's say visor, MasterCard, PP. I don't know if this was like the right capitalization. Okay, everything is in capital letters. Visor, MC, PP. And for this one, we have a class of flex and a justify between. So now there should be some space between those items, or let's say W100, so it takes up all of the available space, but I think this is probably too much, so we are going to use the same width as we've used for the other items like this. For those ones, we have class of flex and a gap of maybe 1 pixel. And now we also need a margin top for everything of maybe 20 pixels. So we have this effect, and I think this looks pretty much all right to me. Or let's just use maybe 10 pixels. Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. Let's use 20. And now we need to create those batches for those ones. So we say class, this is like payment batch, for example, and we just create a single batch. Obviously, we could like make this a lot more complicated now, but I just keep this pretty simple for this one. And I'm going to say that our batch is pretty similar to what we had for our footer link. So I give it those properties. Now we have this effect. Maybe I'm also going to say this one has a display of block, so we can style this properly. Actually, this doesn't really matter. I'm actually going to remove the width. I'm going to remove the height. And I'm going to save this. I'm going to use some padding, top, bottom, 5 pixels, left, right, maybe let's use 7 pixels so we have some more spacing to the left and to the right. Works pretty good. I'm going to use the exact same class for the other batches as well. Like this, like this. We use items minus center right here, and we also use items minus center right here. So now everything should be centered, and as you can see, this is pretty much the finished footer. And for this input field, I actually think I'm going to go to this input field and say that this one should take up all of the available space if there is space available. So I'm going to use grow -1 for this one. And I think let's use W -100 because I think I didn't use a flexbox here. Yeah. So yeah, actually no, I have to use a flexbox right here for those ones, and then I have to use a gap of maybe 10 pixels, and I have to give this one the property grow -1. So this works. So now this takes up all of the available space if there's space available. So this is the finished footer. This is basically the finished website as well, but we also need to add some responsibility to this website. So as you can see now, if we're going to minimize this window, for example, there's not really anything that wraps, and this would probably look terrible on mobile devices, for example. Also, we need to fix one more thing because I think we use black for, we use black as a color and we use black as a background. So as you can see right here, we are getting this error on the homepage because we've used black twice basically, which is obviously a mistake. So we can say black, this one here has black minus circle, for example. And now I'm going to copy this one. Obviously, that is not the perfect code. I'm going to be honest there. But we are just going to do this for the purpose of this project. And obviously you can spend a lot more time on making everything like really work out. But like this, we get this button back. So guys, let's actually start to make this page responsive. So first of all, as you can see, we always see the pixel values right here. And I always like to create a second style sheet, or a third style sheet in our case, which says media.css, which includes my media queries. And right now I'm actually linking this media query file at the bottom, so right below every other file. So this file can basically override all of the other properties because I will only use properties that are basically available for certain devices. And yeah, if it doesn't basically, if I don't really allow these properties to override the general properties, it will not really affect the other devices. I know this might not make, the explanation was probably bad, guys, but just test it out and you'll see how this works anyways. So now let's start by using our header, and instead of this media CSS, I create classes for media queries to really make this flexible basically. And what I'm going to do is, we're first of all going to say, instead of our index.html, that our home page is our active page right now. So we're going to go here and let's say active for this one. I'm also going to filter for active so I can remove the active class from our checkout, because this should not be the active class all of the time. And now we're just going to start from top to bottom. So we start right here at the home page. As you can see, right here, it still looks pretty good. I would say up to a probably width of 1400 pixels. And I would say below that, it really starts to look, or it starts to break, if you want to say it like that. So what we can do is we have this home page, essentially. Here we have this left side, and here we have this right side. So I'm going to say add media screen and max width of 1.4 pixels or 1400. And I'm going to say dot wrap minus LG. So this will be my large section basically. And from 1400 pixels, I want to create this wrap LG, and I want to say this one has a flex wrap of wrap essentially. And now I can use this class instead of this index.html, and I'm going to add this class to this wrapper basically that wraps those two items. And now once we get to this width basically, or below this width, we are going to activate the wrapping. And as you can see, once I get above 1.4, we are going to have them next to each other, and once I get below, we have them below each other. Now I would also want to have basically a justify center once we get to this width basically. So I want to replace this justify between with justify center for large screens, for example. So I'm going to say dot wrap minus, or I'm going to say dot justify center LG. And now I'm going to use justify content of center, and I'll take this class and add this class right here to the end. And now once we get below 1400 pixels, we are going to wrap and we are going to justify our items to the center. As you can see, this looks a lot better already in my opinion now. But now we might also want to have a little bit of margin to the top once we get to 1400 pixels, and we might want to center all of this. So what we can do is we can go ahead and say dot text center LG is text align of center. Then I want to use mt of maybe dot mt of maybe 40 pixels. So let's use 80 pixels. Let's use 60 pixels. I think that's enough. Margin top of 60 pixels once we get to large. So I'm going to say mt6lg and text center lg. So let's start by using mt6lg. So now we should actually have some margin to the top, as you can see, since we are below 1400 pixels, and I want to center all of these items. And I'm not entirely sure whether this will work, but I'm going to test it. Text center LG. And yeah, some of those childs seem to inherit, but yeah, essentially not every single child, because probably this one has just a different, I mean, it's this centered basically, text is centered, but the entire P tag is basically not centered. So we need to center this P tag, and I don't really know why it's not centered. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, maybe we need to center this div. So let's say for this one, we have a class. Let's also use text center LG, and let's see whether this is going to work. But this does not seem to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a flex box for this one. So let's say we go inside of our media.css, we create .flexlg, we say display flex, and we are going to, yeah, let's just take this one right here, and we say .flex column minus lg, and flex direction is equal to column. And let's just take this one. We're going to go here. We say flex minus LG. Now they are probably next to each other, which is terrible. So we say flex column LG. And now we want to justify center LG. So we want to justify the items to the center. And now for our text, we can also say, okay, this text here should be text center large once we're getting to the large. Essentially the mistake is obviously that this here has flex columns, so the main axis is so our main axis is basically the column, so we need to use items center LG align items of center. And if we are going to replace justify center LG with item center LG, it should essentially, center everything. So now I also want to take a look at this when we're using a Pixel phone, for example. And as you can see, this looks literally terrible. Essentially, this was just a bug. And now this is what our page looks like on a phone. But as you can see, obviously, first of all, this one here looks pretty weird. And I actually have to take a look at this. Let's just get away or get rid of this. So for a normal device, it seems to work, but for our, and I think this is probably a bug once again, because this does not really seem to work. So yeah, essentially this is what this should look like. Actually, I'm going to remove this navbar anyway. So next up, I'm going to start to style our navbar once we get to a large breaking point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, once we get to large, I'm going to remove the entire socials icon sections, because they are not that important. It's cool to have them on a desktop device, but it's like it's not like we really need to display them to the user, or like, yeah, there's a giant, it's not like those are the most important items. So let's just go ahead and let's search for socials, otherwise I'm never going to find them. And once we get to a large devices, we're just going to say .socials display none, basically. So socials should be gone right now. And I'm also going to remove the shadow from our navbar, since this literally, hides everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say we are going to our nav. Let's take a look. This is probably inside of our style sheet. Navbar closed, and probably also navbar open. So I have to style all of those once we get to large as well. So navbar closed, hashtag navbar open, and we're going to say the background is basically transparent. And I'm also going to say that the box shadow is none. And now once we open the page, you can see that our sidebar is basically gone. And this looks a lot better now. But I think for the open navbar, actually I have to use a different style for this one, because I think for the open navbar it would be pretty important to have the style. So I'm going to say navbar open will have a background. The width is going to be a different one though. So we're going to use 300 pixels so that the item does not get out of the way, as you can see. So yeah, like this, it looks pretty much alright to me. You can still see that there is something. I'm also going to keep the box shadow for the open version. So it looks a little bit better in my opinion. So now we have this effect, but our shoes obviously need to get a lot smaller once we get to a certain width. So we can do that next. So let's start to see when our shoe really starts to look terrible. So we have our big version again. We're going to inspect it. I'm actually going to get rid of this view, and now as you can see, it looks good, it looks good, it looks good, it looks good up to probably 800 pixels. So we are going to create a second media query and say add media screen and max width : 800 pixels. And we'll say that our image basically, which should be, where's our image? Here we have the navbar section, boost your speed, and right here we have the class header minus image. So we need to style this class, and we can say, okay, let's give this one, let's take a look at our initial width. We've used 700 pixels, so we are going to say 500 for now, and we have to adjust this later on anyways. So as you can see now, at a certain point, it gets a little bit smaller. I would say at 600 pixels, we should probably make it a little bit smaller once again. So we're going to set another breakpoint to 600 pixels, and let's say right here it shrinks to 350 pixels, for example, or let's say 400, because it might look a little bit better, and we need to add another breakpoint anyways. And I would say the next breakpoint comes at probably 450, and this should be our last breakpoint, because actually nowadays there do not really exist any devices below 350 pixels, so this is anyways the smallest that we should adjust for, if you want to say it like that. And as you can see now, it looks good to basically 350 pixels. So our header page, in my opinion, is alright and looks good on pretty much every single device, as you can see. Yeah, that's kind of right to me. Now we're going to take a look at the other sections, and those should be a lot more responsive already, because we used FlexWrap and Flexbox overall, and they are pretty responsive without a lot of adjustments. The only thing that we could change is that we should essentially say at a certain point, this item does not center anymore. So what we can do, we need to center those items once we get basically to 815 pixels. So basically once they start to wrap. And yeah, let's actually just go ahead and say which is the div. First of all, we have to find out what the div is that basically wraps those items, and it is essentially this div right here that has the ID featured items. So we're going to go to our featured minus items ID, and right here we should probably add a class that centers everything. Actually, we've used justify center and justify between for both of those cases. So I'm just going to remove one of them, and as you can see now they are centered, but I don't know whether they're going to look good on a normal device. Yeah, we're just going to use justify center for them instead of using justify between, because justify between actually doesn't really make too much sense. I don't know why I even used that. And now as you can see it's pretty responsive as well. So let's scroll down, we get to the next section, and yeah, this section might need some adjustments, especially regarding the font sizes. So what we can do is we can take a look at those classes, and right here we have font XXXL. So I'm just going to write a media query that defines some different font axes, if you want to say it like that, for the different screen sizes. So let's take a look, when does this layout really start to break. So if we take a look at this, I think this is pretty much alright up to the point of maybe, I hope 800, but I think no. I think we need to shrink it a little bit once we get to, let's say once we get to 900. So we're going to copy this media query. We're going to say at max width 900 pixels, and we will say that now we are going to create a dot font minus XXL XL, and we say for our large screens, and we say this one has a font size of, let's say 5 rem. Now we're going to copy this class, and we give this class to our summer sale font, and now it should get a lot smaller, as you can see right here. Now once we get to probably 600, yeah, up to 600 is kind of right. It doesn't look perfect, but I would say let's just do this. Let's say once we get to 600, we are going to create, or we are just going to shrink this font XXL down a little bit more. So we get there. It's getting a lot smaller right now, and I would say it is kind of right up to, yeah, basically not up to 350, which is sad. So we are just going to add a new query as well, and we say 2.5 for the last bit. So now it actually looks like this, and now it looks good on pretty much every single screen. We also need to adjust this font right here, so we're going to say font LG, and we are going to create another div, and I think this looks actually pretty good, up to probably 600 pixels as well. So we are going to say dot font, let's copy this line, at 600 we're going to replace XXXL with LG, and we say this takes up 1.5 rem from this point on, and we're going down. We obviously need to add the class, so I copy this class, font LG. LG is a pretty weird name as well, but hope you get what I mean with this. And as you can see now, it gets a lot smaller as well. Looks good, looks good. And right here, it starts to break as well at probably 450, 500. I don't know. I'm just going to say this here as 1.3, so it looks good for a little longer. And now I say right here just takes up, or just has the width of 1 rem. And as you can see, it now gets a little bit smaller as well. And it looks good up to 350 pixels. Now for the button, I don't know what we used for the button, but I can take a look at it. We have badge advertisement blue. So actually, I'm also just going to say this here gets font LG. And actually font LG, we should change this, because this here is not really the LG class anymore. Actually, I'm just going to keep this, but obviously usually you could say this here is MD, for example, and the other one is SM, for example, and then you can use those different classes. But yeah, for this, the purpose of just showing you, I think this is enough. But I definitely want you to know that usually you should create all of those classes to make it a little bit more readable. So as you can see, now it's getting smaller, and up to 350, which is basically here. This looks pretty much all right to me. So yeah, so this is responsive as well. Let's go to our next section. We're going to shrink this. Looks good as well by default because we've used flex wrap right here. As you can see, we're going down, and right here we should have the exact same problem once again. We're inside of our cart section, new products. Yeah, we've used justify between and justify center together as well. So we're going to remove justify between. This looks good right now. And now, as you can see, our sneakify section right here. So the footer basically looks terrible, so we can adjust our footer right now. We're going to go into our style. Actually, we can close all of the other windows because we don't really need them anymore. But let's go to our style.css, and right here we should have a lot of sections that we need to adjust in order to get, or basically I think the most important thing that we have to adjust is that we need to get our right footer above our left footer. So we just need to basically say that we have a flex column once we get to a certain point, and we just have to find out where this point is. So as you can see, it looks good up to 1000 pixels in my opinion, and then I would just say let's let those ones there basically jump below them. So we're going to say at media.css we will adjust the class, or we will create flex column MD probably, because I think, do we have 1000 already? Maybe we have, it's 900. Okay, let's take a look. If we are going to 900, okay, 900 is still okay. So we say that we create this breakpoint at 100, and we are going to say dot flex column minus MD, and we say flex direction is essentially columns. So we are going to copy this class and paste it in here. So now, as you can see, once we get below 900, we are basically having them right below each other. Still looks good. So I would say at a certain width, we also have to create a flex column for them as well. And I think this should be right. Actually, this still looks all right. Probably, yeah, 450 pixels. So this looked better for a longer time than expected, or pretty good for a longer time than expected. So for this one right here, yeah, for this div, we essentially want to create another media query that says flex column. And this is right here. And this is actually going to be XS in our case. So let's take them and let's use that class for this right here. And now, as you can see, they're starting to wrap, and we could obviously also say that we are going to create a gap.gap, because we know now I think we have a pretty good gap. So we're going to say gap4 minus XS, and we say gap of just 40 pixels, because I think right now we have a lot more. We have 80 pixels. And as you can see now, once we get to, obviously we need to use this class, gap4XS, gap4XS. So I really don't know why this doesn't work. Gap should be 40 pixels. I think it's working. Maybe I just need a little less. Yeah, maybe 20 is actually even better. Or let's say 0. Actually, yeah, I think we don't need a gap at all for those ones. So I'm going to create gap 0. And right here I'm going to say gap 0 essentially. So now we don't have a gap anymore. And to me, this looks pretty much all right. Obviously, we could align those to the left. And I'm going to say dot justify start XS. And I'm going to do justify content flex start. And by doing so, we have them all aligned to the start. Or we should actually justify start XS. Let's take a look inside of the inspector. We have those columns, and right here we have justify start. Okay, since we are in a column, we should probably use, okay, that was my bad. Since we are in a column, we need to use items start XS, and we have to use align items. right here, and now we have to replace justify start XS with item start, and now we have this effect. Also, I think we have like a lot of margin right here, but I don't even know whether this really makes, obviously you get the idea, and I think you can style all of this by your own or adjust the little details by your own. I'm just going to show you how I would do it or how I would approach it, and doing the rest should work perfectly fine for you if you really want to create the best page possible. Obviously for the men's page, again, we have probably a wrong class right there, so I'm going to go to the page, man, where is it? Women should have the wrong class as well. So we have justify center, here we have justify between and justify center. Obviously we just want to use justify center, and the same goes for our men's section, and now it should be mobile friendly for men as well, as you can see. So now this looks pretty much alright as well. And let's also adjust women. Like this works alright as well. By default, contact is pretty easy. We just have to wrap them at a certain width, and the width is probably everything below 1.4K. I think they should just be below each other. So what we can do is we can say media query. I don't know if we have flex column X LG already, but we can take a look at it. Flex column LG. So we are going to go to our contact form, and right here we have justify center, we basically align them. Let's align them vertically. So let's go to contact. As you can see, now they are aligned vertically. Once we reach a certain width, looks pretty good on pretty much every device, I would say. We could add some margin to the top, but I leave this up to you once again if you wanted to add a certain width. And I would actually do it once you probably reach 450 maybe, or 400. 450 would make sense. Actually, we can just do it really quick. So let's go ahead and say 450 pixels. We create MT of maybe, let's say 4XS, margin top 40 pixels. We copy this class, we add this class to our contact form to probably, let's add it right here. So now we have a little margin as well, and it looks kind of right, I would say. Maybe you can also center the text. So we could say dot text center XS, and we do text align of center. So let's take that one like so. So now the text should be centered, and as you can see, it looks a lot better already. It looks a lot better. And this is pretty much the smallest device you will have in the real world. So this is what you should basically optimize for. And now I think we could actually adjust the car page, which should be the last page as far as I know. So we have a width of, I don't know, maybe, at approximately 1,400, I think those two containers should just be sitting below each other, or on top of each other. So we are going to say we're going to go to our checkout section, and I think, where did we do it? We said that we have a width of 60%, flex gap, and I'm just going to try it here, flex column LG. Let's take a look at this. We're going to and as you can see, they are next to each other, they are below each other. And now it starts, it looks pretty much good. It doesn't look good at all, to be honest. So actually our items should shrink, or should keep shrinking to whatever width they are basically having. So this bottom container looks kind of right. Obviously you could adjust this as well, but our input fields are looking pretty weird, so we have to adjust them. Let's take a look at the reason. We have those checkout inputs right here. So actually I just think those things need to wrap below each other at a certain point. So I'm just going to say, let's say below 800 pixels, we are going to create another flex wrap property basically. So let's go to 800 like here, and let's say this here is not large anymore. This is probably, let's say medium, doesn't really matter too much. And right here for every single div, we say that we want to have wrap MD. So right now they should wrap once they get below 800 pixels. As you can see, and this seems to work. And now our input fields, yeah, they look good. Basically up to 350, if you want to say so. But yeah, first of all, let's just add flex wrap to every single container, like so. Now this should look a lot better already as well. Actually, I don't know, was this the wrong container? I think this one needs it. This one might need it. Let's take a look. So yeah, right above postal code, we also need the exact same thing. So probably it's necessary right here instead of there. So let's go, and now it looks a lot better already. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say once we reach a certain width. So let's say responsive. So once we reach probably, let's say 500 pixels, I think this is a pretty good breaking point. We are going to give our entire container a little bit more width, and I'm just going to take a look at the name of the container. So we have this one, which gives us a width of 60%. So what I'm going to do in order to fix this, I'm going to say we're going to create a media query for, let's say 800 pixels, and I'm going to create let's say W 90% in our case. Actually, let's try this, and let's say this here is MD, I already know. And let's say width is 90% right now. We are going to copy this class. We paste this class right to the end of these classes. And now let's go in there. And actually, this does not seem to take up 90% of the available space. So something does not seem to work. Okay, actually, maybe we need to override max width right here, because we have max width there. And now let's take a look, and as you can see, now it looks a lot better already. It still seems to, yeah, actually up to this point, and this is the point where we want to have it, it really keeps to look pretty good, as you can see. And yeah, you can obviously argue about the buttons, to be honest, but if we would say that this one also gets a flex column at a certain point, which could be, yeah, let's say whether we have it already, probably 600 as well. So we will say dot flex column. We already have MD, so I'm going to say it doesn't really matter, SM, and flex direction is column. We are going to copy flex column SM, and we are going to say this one has, or let's say where's our button, basically our button, we have so much code right here. So yeah, this here is the promo code flex column SM. Actually, I don't have to add this to the button. This was my bad. I'm really not focused anymore, to be honest, as well. So let's add this one to this div, because this includes input and button. And now we're going here, and as you can see, now the button is right below the promo code, and this keeps to look pretty good up to, yeah, I would say 350 pixels definitely. And this is pretty much all we need to aim for. So also starts to look good on every device. Obviously, it would make sense to add some margin to the top right here. So we will say once we get to this breaking point where our form is essentially going to break, so going to wrap, which I think is 1400 pixels, we're going to create a margin top of maybe 100 pixels, so let's say 80 pixels. So we're going to go here, we'll say .mt 10, for example, LG margin top 100 pixels, and we'll add this class to our entire contact form. So to the entire checkout, we're just going to add, let's just add MTLG. So let's take a look. We have looks good and still looks good. And as you can see now, it starts to look, or it keeps to look good on pretty much every single device, as you can see. and our layout is not breaking. Obviously, this was like a pretty dirty way to do it, to be honest, and I just wanted to show you how it works. Ideally, I'm going to be honest, you create a couple of different breakpoints, and then you have several classes for large, maybe extra large, so 1400 could be XXL, for example. Then you could create a breakpoint at 1000 pixels, that could be XL, for example. Then 800 is LG, and so on. And you create all of your classes for the different breakpoints, and this keeps all of your code pretty clean. I'm also going to say during the entire project, my general classes weren't entirely clean, and usually I recommend you, if you do your own project, you create all of those classes beforehand, but I obviously didn't want to bore you by typing out MT1, MT2, MT3, and I would usually go ahead and just go there and do MT1 to probably MT15, and then I would also do the same for MTL, MTR, also margin right, margin left, and so on, and obviously also for padding. I would create several classes for all of my flex properties and so on. So if you're really working with this, I can definitely recommend you to maybe work in a way that is pretty similar to this, because this keeps all of your code super structured and also super understandable, in my opinion. And obviously you can also, guys, just use a normal style sheet and work like this. But I really prefer to have a lot of general classes and just use the style sheet when you really need it, and there's no way around basically using those, typed out styles basically. But I think this is a great project to really understand and learn a lot of the concepts, and you can always work on your own skills and improve the quality of your code, improve the efficiency of you writing code. Really hope you learned something during this project, and I really recommend you to basically just practice on your own and test it a little bit, and you'll definitely get better. So yeah, hope you enjoyed the project and have a great day.